on the mic for Leo Paradise. Random stream drop like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels faster than Zoro sword swings. Game and pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting flip screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Planning on Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to the lunch hour. How are all you vital idols doing? It is Thursday. We are almost at the weekend, baby. Let's go. How are y'all doing? I got one hell of a show for you today. We got, again, Wednesday and Thursday show. Always pretty heavy politics. We got some stuff about Ilhan Omar, some Jubilee libs that lost a debate to the ever savage Andrew Wilson. CNN turning on their own, maybe. And then, of course, we got some palate cleansers with some gaming shit. Specifically, a gaming composer who just loathes the idea that people dare listen to AI versions of video game music. So all in all, it's going to be an incredible show. I hope y'all getting your protein on. It is the lunch hour. You know, I got myself that green tea. No sugar. Yeah, let's get into it. We're going to get out the gate. Well, first of all, I got to say hi to y'all. I ain't even done that. I ain't even said hi to everybody. Who we got up in this bitch? The most you can have is Andrew Wilson's pretty fucking based. He is. I completely agree. He is. And it's funny because there's a lot I agree with Andrew Wilson on. There's a lot that I disagree with Andrew Wilson on. Coming from his, Christian ethicist framework, he's a very interesting character. So yeah, I think this will be a great show. Dallo Greenskin is up in this bitch. Matt Funcool, Golden Apples, Dylan B. We got Bishop saying first. Let's see. I've got some bad art block for the past. Oh man, I hate when that happens, dude. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I hate when that happens. Alrighty. Alright, let's get into some content proper. Before we get into the meat of this stuff, before we get into Andrew Wilson stuff, let's set the scene with Ilhan Omar supposedly faking her own, like, it was an attack? Something like that. Let's find out.
Apparently, some crazy shit happened last night. I didn't really see a lot of it with that lady getting shit thrown on her in Ilhan Omar.
You know this was staged. Yeah, everybody here thinks that it was staged. So here we go. Here's the video.
Well, so if it was staged, out the gate, if it was staged, that would be tantamount to, what's the word? Fraud. It would be a fraudulent video, right? Because they're trying to make you believe something that's not there. And she's Somalian. So, yeah, I'd say checks out. Probably fake. What up, Wheels? What up, Valiant Goat?
Impeachment.
So, this is the guy.
He looks like Wade from the Sonic movies. Like, hold on. Check this. Sonic movies, Wade. Remember this fucking clown? The dude that, like, hangs out with Knuckles and shit like that, and he's a complete, like, loser cop. Tell me that this doesn't look like Wade. Let's roll it back.
So, this is the guy
I get it. I know that this is I know it's a blurry video and whatnot, but y'all can see it, right? Y'all can see it.
Yep.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No.
You missed the head nod? Oh, I'll get to it. I'll get to it.
These fucking assholes are not gonna get away with it.
Yeah, and you can see, obviously, they don't know what the fuck happened, right? But,
Well, the ones that weren't in on it don't know what happened. And let's say it's not staged. Let's say it's real. Like, well, you kind of brought this on yourselves when you started saying things like, America will bow to Somalia, Americans must do what the Somalians say, shit like that. Like, if you're a politician and you're not putting the American people first, you kind of brought it on yourself.
there are people saying that there's a head nod. Thousands are calling for an investigation after Representative Ilhan Omar have staged an assault on her during a speech last night. And you can see this is the guy drinking.
Now the speech. Did it use words with more than 2 syllables at any point during the speech for obvious reasons, as mentioned yesterday?
Drinking Fiji water, very funny. So anyway, take a look at this here, right? And you've got, where is it here, if I can find it? This post right here has 8,000 likes. It does. And there's a lot of people that for some reason, like, they actually believe this shit. It's unreal. Like, people are out of their fucking mind. And so false flag attack, I don't think there's, yeah, of course it's AI. I know it's AI. That's the point. Like, but yeah, people are just believing along with this shit. You're basically saying there's no hard or sufficient proof, but it is unlikely yet possible, correct? What would you say the percentage is that this was staged? The percentage that this was staged? Honestly, I'm going to have to agree with Polymarket, 4%. I think 4% is a great number. I would say below 5, but maybe above 1. Like, I would say somewhere around there. 3%, 4%.
I mean, all right, here's the dealio. Even if it's not staged, oh well. Like, you're not enacting the will of the people as you were voted in to do. Now, yeah, that image, obviously AI, right? That image, obviously fucking AI. Anyone that didn't think that image is AI is retarded. It's more than 4% chance that this was staged, though. Let's be real. We've seen the government enact multiple false flags. Like the government doing false flag attacks is kind of a norm.
2%, something like that. Very, very low percentage chance. Everybody else says 99%. That's crazy. Yeah, wow.
As Secretary Kristi Noem must
So he's drinking
resign
Fiji water?
or face impeachment.
Drinking Fiji water? Uh-huh.
Fucking asshole. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, he sprayed
I need a
something
napkin.
on her.
I need a
Yeah,
napkin
and you
to
see him. He just sitting there doing that. I don't know, man. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, this is what the fuck is this? This is like somebody that you'd find like outside of the Prancing Pony, you know, sitting out in the rain at the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring. Like,
Well, here's how we'll know if it's staged. Is if in 3 weeks, charges are dropped and the story just disappears, right? Like, if in 3 weeks, charges are dropped and the story just disappears, then yeah, then it was staged. Not even 3 weeks, like a week and a half.
really? Like, what is this? This is a guy that gets kicked out of a fucking tavern. And so anyways, stone drunk. Yeah, exactly. And it's a bad actor. She hired him for $50. Well, he certainly did $50 worth of work. And there's also a senator that says that it's fake. Oh my God. What the hell is going on? Let me go back. I'm going to listen to this.
The president said that he thinks that Ilhan Omar getting sprayed last night was fake. He says, I wouldn't doubt it. She's a fraud. I wouldn't doubt it if she went ahead and if she sprayed herself, he said. What's your take on this? I'm sure you've seen some of it on the internet this morning.
Oh, well, this person sat on the front seat on the front row, right in front of Omar, and then took off running to the right. I mean, if you're going to have somebody that's going to go after somebody, they're not going to run away from them. You know, and that you could tell that was pretty much all staged. Now, again, I'm just saying that because, you know, you look at you look at what the Democrats have done and how they act and the things that they say that they're supposedly for our country. And then, of course,
Yeah, and again, let's be charitable and say it's not staged. Like, let's say for a moment this was 100% real. Because it might be, it could be. Let's say it was 100% real. You really hurt your credibility of people believing this is 100% real when you've spent the last several weeks trying to cover up all the fraud going on in Minneapolis, when you spent several weeks using the mass media apparatus to try and discredit anyone calling out all the fraud that's going on in Minneapolis. So, like, again, this is just another case of, if it's real, sucks to suck, but you brought this on yourself. I don't feel sorry.
she is under big time investigation. She's trying to get the heat off of her. At the end of the day, this is the Democrats, playing games, and Ilhan Omar needs to be in jail. And as you said, she's as guilty as they come. Third world country and worth $30 million. Hey, this is a great country, and they shouldn't be trying to change it like they are. If somebody like her can make $30 million.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that to say that it's staged, I really think it. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm gonna break with the group think. I'm gonna break. I think it's retarded. There's no incentive. There is an incentive, and again, you do have an incentive. So the incentive that they can use, and I understand what they're saying. I mean, it's not like I can't understand what they're saying. Oh, wow, what do they mean? It's easiest to see what they mean. What they mean is that basically Ilhan Omar is doing this in order to create sympathy for herself. And in the process of creating sympathy for herself, then what she's going to be able to do is then take the focus off of the fraud. Neighbor of the suspect of Ilhan Omar attack says he was medicated from a previous accident, says that he sent cryptic messages before the event, according to New York Post. Anthony Kazmierczak's neighbor, Brian Kelly, says Kazmierczak
sent cryptic message, like sent cryptic messages. He was medicated. Guys, usually when we see shit like this happen, right? We see shit like this happen. Oh, dude was medicated. Dude sent cryptic message. He left some weird shit on Reddit. It's not normally flicking water at people. It's normally like a concrete milkshake, right? An acid milkshake. Not Fiji water.
I don't know if I can say that the right way. Asked if he could watch the dog while I went to the event. I'm gonna go to this Omar thing. I'm like, Omar, what? He said this town hall thing, and he said I might get arrested. Okay. I wonder if that's actually true. I don't know if it is or not. That seems a little bit nuts. I wouldn't say it's an extreme conclusion. I think anything with a low probability is an extreme conclusion, but who knows? She was right about that, knock that bitch out. Yeah, I mean, basically, I don't know really why. And let's see if I can find the other comments about this. Is there? No, that's not even more of these. And where is this? This is some more bullshit. And where the fuck is the rest of these comments? Oh my God. And I'll see if I can pull up more of these because yes, a lot of people do think that it's staged. They do. And I'm kind of surprised, but I think that's just generally how things are going now, is that everybody, and I think this is the reason why. Sorry, I kind of got distracted because I was thinking about the Destiny clip. I'm like, okay, should I look at that or not? Let me go back and forth to what I was saying, or back to what I was saying, excuse me, is that I think that a lot of right-wing people are trying to say that it was staged in order for them to avoid accountability, that there was political violence that was...
No, I completely disagree. Anytime, in the rare instances where there's been political violence from the right, you've had politicians and right-wing media personalities, like, swiftly opting to denounce it, even when they're wrong, by the way. Do you remember how many... Remember when the... there was that kid, that Native American guy was getting all up in that kid's face, and the kid was wearing a MAGA hat. Man, what was the... I don't remember the name of the school. But you guys remember the event I was talking about, when that Native American guy was getting up in that kid's face and beating the drum, and there was this narrative that the kid had thrown, like, a bunch of racial slurs. Covington, yes, thank you, Valiant Goat, the Covington kid. Like, there was this narrative that the Covington kid had been saying, like, racial slurs and was saying a bunch of bad shit about the Native Americans and whatnot. And a bunch of right-wing motherfuckers, like, immediately jumped to disavow and say that wasn't okay. Now, you had some that were like, yeah, maybe we should wait for more information. There's something about this that doesn't add up. Maybe we should wait for more information. You had some right-wingers that were like, a lot of them were immediately just like, no, hey, if this is what happened, we disavow. Same thing happened with George Floyd. Immediately, now, people started questioning it after the fact. Don't get me wrong. People started questioning George Floyd after. But in the immediate aftermath, when it did happen, and same with, what was his name? The dude who got shot after he was being pursued by the guys in the pickup truck because they saw him, the black guy that was fucking around in the building that was under construction. The point is, you see right wingers all the time jump to the idea of like instantly disavow, and then when more information comes out, be like, well, hey, something was a little bit odd or funny or fishy about this. But so yeah, I think Asmongold is entirely wrong here about the idea of just calling it a cover up so they don't have to take responsibility. Ahmed Arbery, thank you. I thought it was like Jabari or something. Yeah, Ahmed Arbery. Thank you. The Ahmed Arbery case. So the point is, you have conservatives and Republicans and media personalities in the right-wing space that immediately jump to disavowing and whatnot until more information comes out.
Potentially right-wing political violence. That's what I think's happening. I think that they're not doing this based off of a logical conclusion. I think they're doing this defensively. They're saying that, oh, well, this is staged or something like that because they don't want to be seen as, you know, the party that's done political violence.
And you know what? Even if this is real, by the way, let's say this is real. If the right wing version, I don't want to say our because I don't consider myself a right winger, but if the right wing version of political violence is flicking some Fiji water on a broad, while the left wing's version is shooting Charlie Kirk through the fucking neck. Okay, are they both legally on paper political violence? Sure, but Sesame Street style, one of these things is not like the other. Like, on June of May for a 5-banger, I'd like to think the substance was Axe body spray. See, now that does make it tantamount to a war crime. I'm pretty sure that violates the Geneva Convention.
Stop it. Get some help.
Shout out on June. Thanks for the 5-banger, homie.
Right? That's it. It's not that at all. Really? I think that's absolutely it. Every single time that
Tubby thinks Bush reacted better to the shoe. Bro, Bush was a mad lad with that shit. Like, anybody remember that video? Bush fucking, like, Matrix and caught the shoe. Man, say what you will about Bush. But, dude did some Matrix shit there.
Very clear, obvious, like this person is like a furry that shot Charlie Kirk, and, you know, like they had like a trans boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, and all this other stuff, and they still tried to find a way to call that person right-wing. Like every single time that there is a left-wing violent person, they always try to rebrand it as being a right-wing violent person by intentionally misunderstanding or misrepresenting what they're doing.
Correct.
So that's it. And, bro, political violence, you sprayed her with water. I'm going to pull you up. You're going to get pulled up.
And again, so this is where the letter of the law and semantics and like that are going to matter. Because by all technicality, this would be assault. And if it's an assault on a politician, it would be political violence. But, like, it's... Let's not equivocate it as if it's the same thing as to, for example, what happened to Charlie Kirk. They're not. Even if by letter of the law, they are both technically political violence.
Do you want to live in a world where a politician can't go to a town hall and talk to constituents because every angry constituent thinks they can throw water on the politician?
Yes. Yes, I do. Actually, I want to live in a world where these politicians fear us. Because they are supposed to be representing us. I'm the best boss I ever had. This is back when I was working at Best Buy. And this is years ago. This must have been 12 years ago, maybe more. Back when I was working at Best Buy. I had this boss. I don't even remember his last name. His name was Wilson, right? His first name was Wilson. I don't remember his last name. He had a catchphrase. And his catchphrase as the team supervisor was, "You don't work for me, I work for you." And he was again, to this day, when I think of not a boss, like not even a boss, he was a fucking leader, bro. Dude was a leader. and he led that team like all the Best Buys in the country. He had 2 of the top salesmen in the country on his team, me and another dude. I don't remember the other guy's name. It was like Brett or Bryce or something like that, right? We were the highest 2 salesmen, in terms of like dollar amount we would take in for the entire company of Best Buy in the country. Why were we the number 1 and 2 salesmen? In my opinion, now part of it, frankly, because we're just good fucking salesmen. I'm a good salesman. Like, that's what I did for many, many years. I could sell ice to a fucking Eskimo. But another part of that was that we had good fucking leadership. And Wilson was a good goddamn leader. And when I would hear that phrase 2-3 times a fucking day. You don't work for me, I'll work for you. And that's the mentality that the government should have. That is the mentality that the government should have. So yeah, when Asmongold says, do you want to live in a world where politicians are like afraid to go to a town hall? Yes, I fucking do. Because we don't work for them, they work for us. They are public servants. We put them in there to do a job, and they need to fear the power that we, the regular citizen, have.
Do you want to live in that world? I don't.
Well, Best Buy department, it was mobile goods, so like iPads and like headphones and just basically cell phones. And the reason that me and I'm gonna call him Brett. I think it may have been Bryce, but I'm just gonna call him Brett, right? The reason me and Brett were the number 1 salesman in the fucking company was because so people would come in to like buy iPhones and iPads and shit like that, and we would always sell them extra shit that had nothing to do with mobile goods. So like we have competitions with each other. It's like, yo, we have like electric hot dog toasters. Who let's make a bet. Let's see who can, if someone comes in and want to buy an iPad or iPhone, let's see who can sell them an electric hot dog toaster first on top of their iPhone sale. So we would do shit like that. And that's why our sales numbers were so good, because we would just like, dude, this one only happened once. This one only ever happened fucking once. I convinced a motherfucker to get a new washing machine. Or maybe it was a dishwasher. A washing machine. Point is, big ass fucking appliance. Dude came in for an iPad, and I convinced him to get a fucking washing machine or dishwasher. Like, and me and Brett would just do that shit all the time, just bouncing back and forth. Let me tell you, we raked in some cash doing it, homie.
So there's a scene in Better Call Saul where there was a guy and he was doing a drug deal and it was for thousands of dollars and he got shortchanged for $20. They would not do the deal unless the $20 was added into the payment as agreed upon. Why is that? The reason why is because if people think that they can take advantage of you for $5 or for $20, then they're going to see if they can do it for $30. And then they're going to do it for $50. And then it's going to be $100. And then they're going to be doing it for half. And then they're going to be taking your shit. The fact is that you do not ever open the window. You do not ever open the door for any sort of physical interference based off of political disagreements unless it is done by a court of law.
Yeah, here's the dealio, Asman. Here's the dealio. The founding of our fucking nation seems to disagree. Like, don't get me wrong. The courts and stuff, that's all very important. Don't forget, we didn't just, like, pick up guns and, farmers grab their pitchforks and just, like, start storming the redcoats. That's not how that shit went down, right? It was, like, 8 years of constantly petitioning the crown to stop screwing us around. And eventually, finally, like 7%, not even 7%, I think it was like 3% of the colonists living in the early Americas were like, you know what? Time to shoot some shit. And like, it was only after a long periods of time of this stuff not working. Now, we've got an exponential amount of not good shit happening in Minneapolis right now. And the voters and the constituents, they probably get a little antsy, a little concerned. And all this petitioning of the government that they've been doing, what with their protests and the attempts at media coverage and the posts on social media and things of that effect, ain't done diddly squat. So, if we were to like do this as a scaled down version of what led to the American Revolution, yeah, this is actually completely justifiable, in my opinion. completely justifiable because the court of law, and not necessarily the court of law, but any of the regular apparatuses that the regular person, that the average civilian has in place to try and have their voice heard by these politicians is being ignored or sidelined, pushed under the rug, denied, flat out called liars by the media apparatus, people like CNN and whatnot. So yeah, it sucks that this is what it's come to, but this is what it's come to. Could have nipped this in the bud by not trying to cover up the Somalian fraud, by actually having these investigations being done in a way that isn't a farce and a dog and pony show. But you didn't.
The idea that you can escalate things to throwing water, well, whenever you can throw water, then maybe you can throw other liquids. Well, if you can throw other liquids, maybe you can throw things that are nasty, like, I don't know, grease or piss or something like that. And then if you can throw water, well, why can't you throw other things? And then before you know it, people are just throwing shit and tomatoes at people, and they're throwing rocks. No, this is just not the way the world can work. The world cannot work where everybody just thinks they can throw.
See, this seems completely contradictory to Asmon's normal worldviews. Because whenever it comes to the ICE shit, right? Whenever it comes to the ICE stuff, he's like, deport every illegal and then throw the people that are trying to impede them in jail. Like, Asmongold goes incredibly hard on this sort of stuff. And now, when someone throws water on a politician, he's like, no, it can't work. We have to follow the law. Like, no, this is, in my opinion, speaking out two sides of your mouth on this one. Like, the people are fed up, and the people will rise up, and we are a nation that is built on this. This is as far as I'm concerned, this is an illegitimate wielder of power in Ilhan Omar, and after God knows how long of the people's wants and needs being flat out ignored, it has come to this. There's no amount of taking this to the court system that's going to work when these morons control the court system.
Whatever the fuck.
Today is the politics stream. Wednesdays and Thursdays are mostly politics until, we get like 2 or so hours in before we switch to like gaming and anime and shit.
Fuck they want. Like, it's not, this is, do you see what my point is with this? I'm not saying it's justified, it's just suspicious. That's fine. Again, that's totally fine. Yes, this is 100% political violence. This is absolutely political violence. Nobody should be saying that it's not a big deal. Anybody doing this should be put in jail, and
No, I'm not saying it's not a big deal. It is a big deal, and that's why it's a good thing. That's the difference between me and Asmongold here. It is a big deal, and that's why it's a good thing. Because people finally doing shit. Even if it's something as simple as throwing some water on a broad, someone's actually doing something, as opposed to petitioning the courts for God knows how many of the time for just to be swept under the rug by all these illegitimate judges.
anybody advocating against it is just playing partisan politics and being a fucking retard. That's what I think. I think this is outrageous that people are defending this. This is crazy. Absolutely unreal. Trying to downplay it. What are y'all doing? What are we thinking here? What's going on? Think a reaction to a spray attack was without fear or concern? Yep, that's true. That was an inconsistency. You're right. And anyway, I'll see what some other people are saying about this too, and we'll scroll down and read the rest of it. But a lot of people do think that it's fake. And where is the rest of these here? And where is it here? 6 days ago. Oh, there's more of this. Okay. And Trump says that he thinks that it could have been fake too. I think obviously this was stupid for him to.
I don't think it's stupid for him to say at all. His statement is, no, President Trump, when asked, have you seen the video of Ilhan Omar being sprayed? No, I don't think about her. I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably sprayed herself, knowing her. Like, I don't see that as a stupid thing to say whatsoever. He's saying he doesn't think about her. He thinks she's a fraud. Well, yeah, many people in the entire U.S. think the exact same thing. And then he's just, like, making a little barb, a joke. Fine.
To say, why would you say that? Nobody is defending it. People just don't believe it was real. Well, you're right. Defending is not the correct answer. Actually, that's not true. So if I read my comments, because I made a reply for this as well, I did say this. Anyone doing this should be put in jail. Bullshit meter, throw the book, even if staged. I wholeheartedly agree. I believe she should be deported. Want to point out a Muslim country, that would have been acid. 100% of his bacon grease, marrying your brother, fraudulent immigrant. Everybody is trying to downplay this. Everyone is trying to downplay this.
What do you mean? All these people are saying they agree. absolute lying. Anyone doing this should be put in jail. And he clicks on it.
Anyone doing this should be put in jail. Bullshit.
All right, one person disagrees. Now, Mike, throw the book, even if staged, so they're agreeing, should be put in jail.
Throw the book, even if staged. I hold.
100% agree wholeheartedly. Feel like she should be deported, but yeah, he's like anyone doing this should be. Okay, so I guess they're saying that she should be in jail, deported because she's a fraudulent one. I just want to point out that a Muslim country has been acid. That's just a statement of fact. That's not denying it or agreeing with it. 100% was bacon grease. Agree, marrying your brother. Okay, all right. Actually, never mind. I guess Asmongold does make a point.
Hardly agree. I believe she should be deported. Want to point out a Muslim country that would have been acid. 100% of his bacon grease. Marrying your brother, fraudulent immigrant. Everybody is trying to downplay this. Everyone is trying to downplay this. That's what's happening. This is Fally Sharot, not a fan of hers, but you should standards people. Yes, exactly. If she was sprayed, why didn't they lock the place down?
The person said they agree, but ultimately she should be deported. See, and that was my read on it as well.
What about the politician at Russ Christianome? He never got put in jail. Yeah, you should have put him in jail too. Like, what are we talking?
Now, right here, hamburger train or brain or whatever. Wait a few days. Is that not what I said at the very beginning of this video? I said you gonna know this is fraud when charges are dropped, but we don't hear they're dropped because this story just gets swept under the rug, right? All this is to garner sympathy and distract and obfuscate for the investigations going on against Ilhan Omar and the investigations going on against some of the massive amounts of fraud that are happening in Minneapolis.
About like it. I mean, I don't even understand the logic here. So anyway, yeah, it is annoying me that people are being.
All right, hold on. We gotta check something. There you go. Okay, all right. Muslims represent the majority of the population and 96.2% in this particular region. So in 2023, the government of India estimated Muslim population of 19.75 to 20 crore out of 138 to 140 crore total population. I don't know what that means. Thus constituting around a 15% of the nation's population, and then they're heavily located in Lakshadweep and Jammu and Kashmir, 68.3%. The point is, there's a large Indian population, a large Muslim population in India. So, irrelevant.
So dishonest. Because whenever I see left-wing people being dishonest, I don't really find it to be... it doesn't annoy me as much because it's like, okay, these people are always retarded. Like, what a surprise they're being retarded again. But this is people that are right-wing, the people that I thought, you're supposed to care about, like, some degree of truth, right? I mean, you should care. And you're not even thinking about this. Do you think this is a consequence from the lack of law and orders in the last few weeks in Minnesota? Yeah, I think so. I do. And team sports shit, yeah, exactly. It's team sports shit. Not everybody, if you read all the comments. Yeah, I know that. I get it. But there were a lot of people that say that. I agree, but I still want more. Man. And I don't know.
No, I think that's a perfectly valid comment. I agree, and I want more. So, yeah, throw them in jail. But eventually, you'll get to the point of you can't arrest all of us. More people need to be doing this. Again, the politicians, left, right, I don't give a fuck. Politicians need to be afraid of the people. That's the point. Politicians need to be afraid of the people.
Really what to say. And no, they shouldn't. Like this, there's a lot of people that are actually trying to defend this and say it's okay. But I think even more people are trying to downplay it. I think that's the difference. On a scale of political violence, I'm pretty sure throwing water is on the low end.
And that right there is why people are trying to downplay it, because that's a factual statement. Even if it is political violence, which I've already agreed it is, like by technicality, it is in fact political violence. But trying to downplay it is these people is the same as saying, hey, throwing water is not the same as shooting an unarmed public speaker who's not even a politician through the fucking neck.
Correct. It is on the low end, but it's also like being on the spectrum at all means that you should go to jail. Like there's no reason that anybody should accept this. Like a civilized society should never tolerate this type of barbaric animal behavior. This is it. This is what animals do. You never let if you want to go to a third world country, this is what they do in third world countries. I don't want my country to be a third world shithole where people think that they can just have a heckler's veto on a politician.
Okay, but the problem is This is happening in Minneapolis, which is devolving into a third world country because of this individual's leadership. And at some point, just the regular legal system clearly ain't doing its fucking job. So what recourse is there? Logistically speaking, what recourse is there if these folks have controlled courts, if we've seen the fraud being covered up, if we've seen everything being amounted to this being just like, again, obfuscated or altered or changed by the media and by those in power, what recourse is there?
Because the politicians said something that made them mad. No, that's not the way the world works. It's crazy. This is that is what happens. And
by the way, that is the way the world works. It's the way the world has worked for about 10,000 years until roughly the last 200 to 300 years. And even in the last 200 to 300 years in the first world, we still see a lot of political violence and shit, just not to the same scale as over the last 10,000 years. But like in the grand scheme of things, this actually is the way the world works.
third world shitholes. And if we let people do stuff like this, we will eventually end up being a third world
Sorry about the AI
shithole.
guys. I don't
because
know
that's what happens.
That YouTube gonna YouTube. I am
Isn't that
sorry.
assault and battery? I don't know
I'm
if it's
reading all
assault
your
and
chats
battery. I
come
mean,
through.
I have no idea, but it's clearly assault. I mean, yeah. And what's this here? If I can find it, calls her a fraud. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it. Let me see if I can find the rest of these. Is there something else?
What does a AR?
Oh, this is something else that's different. And anyway, so yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it.
Only thing I can say is make sure you guys are on live chat, not top chat.
On that, I think it's outrageous, and I think the people. Oh, Laura Loomer. Oh, here we go. We're gonna read one more, and then we're gonna move on to other stuff too. And here it is. This is the most staged thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm calling for an immediate investigation into whether Ilhan Omar staged the spraying of her own body in town hall tonight to distract from the news reports that her marriage fraud and the accumulation of $30 million of net worth on a $180 salary, $180,000.
And there it is. And there it is. Guys, there is ongoing investigations into her marriage, the legality of it, whether she should even actually be considered a citizen, where she got all of her money and wealth from. All of this is in question. All of this is under scrutiny right now. You know, we had a similar case not too terribly long ago of a pretty staged event that everybody called out as being staged, and then lo and behold, turns out to be staged. Anybody remember? Anybody remember Jussie Smollett? Juicy Smoulier? Yeah, everybody called that out as being staged, and guess what? Turned out to be pretty fucking staged, didn't it? Just saying. What are the, like, when you've got this sort of, when you've got somebody that's under the microscope for having a salary of $180,000, and they generated somewhere between $30 and $40 million of personal wealth, while they're under investigation for the potential crime of defrauding our immigration system to get here, and then, you know, usurp a position of power, all while you've got verifiably proven millions, if not billions of dollars in fraud going on under your watch in the state that you govern over. Yeah. I'd say that it is a bit more of a 4% chance that it's staged, which 4% is the number that Asmongold gave.
Salary, there must be an investigation into this known fraudster. This is the only thing that I agree with. And also, like, why do you think there needs to be an investigation if you...
By the way, how fucked up is it that Laura Loomer here actually being the voice of reason? Because this gal a nutball. This gal a nutball. I can't stand Laura Loomer, bro. Can't stand Laura Loomer. This chick is insufferable. She's a moron. She is absolutely a partisan provocateur. There's very few people on the right wing that I don't even want to call her right wing. She's just a Trump zealot. Laura Loomer ain't even a right winger, bro. She is a Trump zealot. And yet, right now, she being the voice of reason. Right now, everything that she's saying is absolutely correct. That's the fucked up part.
You already think that you know what the conclusion is. I am so annoyed with people that draw conclusions based off of fucking nothing. It pisses me off, man. It really does. And it's outrageous. What do you think of Trump minimizing the act itself? Not I think it was awful. I think he was totally wrong for doing that. It's really just that simple. It's awful.
He didn't minimize the act. He said he hadn't seen it, and then he called her a fraudster. Again, he threw a barb out there. She has said, when he says things like, she could have thrown the water on herself for all I know, that's pretty different than things like Ilhan Omar calling him a fascist and a terrorist and a pedophile and Hitler and stuff like that. So no, I don't think it's awful at all.
And it's unreasonable to assume there's a higher chance of a known liar and fraudster being a liar and fraudster. Sure, but people use that same argumentation to say that Donald Trump's assassination was staged too. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, okay, using the same argument doesn't actually matter if the levels of logic aren't there. You had to make insane leaps of logic to try and validate any conspiracy theory that the attempted assassination of Donald Trump was staged. Like, the levels of logic you had to leap through to get that to even sound reasonable were themselves unreasonable. Whereas the accusations against Ilhan Omar and this being fraudulent require far less logical leaps.
And anyway, like, I just... It's like people have like a 15-second memories, right? I mean, like, I feel like this is very obvious. This is what's been going on. You have an investigation to show proof for other people what you already know. Anybody that thinks that they know what the conclusion for this is insane. But I do...
No one's saying they know. Well, maybe one or two people. But most people aren't saying they know. What they're saying is there's a lot of compelling evidence. There's a lot of compelling evidence.
You think they should have an investigation on it, okay? That's my point. I think they should have an investigation on this woman.
Right, but who's going to do the investigation? If the right wing does the investigation, they're going to cry, oh, it's biased. They're just trying to find a reason to investigate her, and the outcome is a foregone conclusion. She's going to be guilty, all right? And if the left wing does it, they're going to cover for their own. If the left wing does it, they're going to cover for their own. They're going to make the right look bad. They're going to say this was a legitimate attack and everybody should be ashamed. They're going to cover up and lie and obfuscate for all the, again, all the crimes and accusations that Ilhan Omar's under the microscope for. So, like, sure, call for an investigation. That's not a bad thing at all. But no matter what side does it, it's going to be met with criticism and scrutiny.
They should figure out whether she... they should have an investigation whether she was involved with the fraud. They should have an investigation whether she, staged this incident. And they should have an investigation on whether she married her brother. They should do all three. They should. And in my opinion, I think that's the right option. I do. I think that is 100% the right option. So, yes. And, are you stupid? Yes, these idiots think Charlie Kirk was an inside job. They're just morons. Everybody thinks that, right? And so, well, I guess...
No. 99% of people do not think Charlie Kirk was an inside job. And the 1% of people that do are fucking Candace Owens viewers. And Candace Owens is also retarded. Candace Owens is just the Black Laura Loomer.
So we'll have to find out. But, okay, logically, what's the chance for a fresh-off-the-boat immigrant to accrue $30 million that quick? Makes sense the fraud is the assumption? It does. And I think, logically, fraud is the reason why she made that much money. I think so. And if you look into it, I bet that will be revealed. Also, I think there's one thing to say about that, but also just because somebody did that doesn't mean they staged this. But I do think that it increases the probability, which is why people are saying it's staged. But anyway, I don't think that it was staged. I think there should be an investigation. And anybody supporting or downplaying this is a retard. And if you followed their logic or their worldview, you would end up in a third world shithole like Somalia, which is where this woman came from. And I don't want to...
Yeah, but that doesn't bear out logically. He says if you follow their logic and their worldview, then you end up in a third world shithole like Somalia. That logic doesn't bear out. Because our country, which for a long, long time was the new, and frankly, in my opinion, still is, but like there's some wiggle room within the recent years. For a long time, we were number one under the sun, baby. We were the greatest. We were amazing. We were unfucking-stoppable, son. How do we become the number one world superpower of unstoppable might and will? By doing shit like this against the original governing body, i.e. the British Crown. Didn't put us in a third world state, end up making us the numero uno first world state.
live in Somalia. I want to live in America. And the idea that anybody should be able to heckler's veto a town hall because, you know, you're angry that a person said something that made you mad, you need to go in the box.
No, they're not angry that somebody said something that made them mad. They are angry that the will of the people is not being followed up on. They are angry about the lies and the obfuscation. They are angry about the weaponization of the media, of the mass media apparatus. They are angry at all of their time and money and effort and taxpayer dollars and work and blood and sweat and tears is being usurped by a Somalian invasion with multiple millions, if not billions of dollars in fraud. That is what they're angry about. They're not angry about someone said something I don't like.
You do.
That is a gross mischaracterization of the reason people are angry.
You need to go in the box. So it's that simple. As people, I think, do we know have nutballs on the right? Yeah, I know, man. And let's see here if I can find...
Fractal Mage says Candace Owens the other day made a post on X questioning why the ice on the trees around her hasn't melted yet when it's 30 degrees. Either Candace Owens has mastered, and I mean mastered, the art of the grift, or she is the dumbest sumbitch that's got any platform on this planet. Like I don't say this lightly. I think Kyle Kalinske is probably smarter than Candace Owens. Don't get me wrong. He's an ideologically captured asshole with no concept of nuance or grace or substance. But if we're just talking at a baseline book smarts and IQ level, Kyle Kalinske probably fucking smarter than Candace Owens. Either that, or again, she is the most masterful grifter the world has ever seen.
We'll look at one more. Look at one more person, and then I want to move on and look at some other stuff, too. I think people are being very unreasonable. Look into it more. I agree to look into it more. If you say it's a 5% fake, is sus. What do you think the probability of it being fake is? Like, I mean, do you really think that one of the main politicians that's hated by everybody, like, everybody hates this bitch. You understand this, right? Like, half of the...
Right. Exactly. Everybody hates this bitch, and yet somehow she keeps getting reelected. All the courts are in favor of her. All the Somalian fraud is still happening. Somehow she's been able to dodge every ounce of investigations about the way she got her wealth and the validity of her marriage. Like, everyone hates her, and yet for some reason, nothing has come of it. She's been ultra protected throughout all of this. So yeah, that actually makes it more suspicious. I would agree with Mr. Hardcore Mode. I think 85% is fair. In fact, I would be willing to go as low as 70%. I'd be willing to go as low as 70%. No lower than... Actually, I'll go lower than that. I'll go 69 just because that's nice. 69%. Because 69%, I mean, yeah. Nice. But that's as low as I'll go.
The country wants to see her literally have her citizenship taken away and shipped back to Mogadishu. Like, I think that is like an extreme opinion. And I understand, like, this is the problem, is that everything that I look at, I think about logically. Other people make decisions based off of what's convenient for their political beliefs or something else. I don't do that. I think about everything logically.
Here's the dealio. It's not about political beliefs. At least not for me. I can't speak for everybody. For me, it's not about political beliefs, right? Again, I've said this multiple times. I know I've got a fairly right-wing audience. I got some people on the left as well. Don't get me wrong. I got left-wing viewers. I got right-wing viewers. I got centrist and libertarian and anarchist viewers. Like, people all over the political spectrum. Because, you know, at the end of the day, just like Asmongold, I do say his shit that I believe. For me, this is not a matter of the political aspect. If this same thing were happening on the right, I would be saying the exact same. In fact, I do say the exact same shit. Politicians, regardless of their political affiliation, need to be afraid of the people. Politicians need to be afraid of the people. The people are the ones in charge. All right? You work for us. We don't work for you. I'll repeat that exact thing. The fact of the matter here is the logic doesn't bear out in the way Asmongold is trying to portray it.
And I try to evaluate things as fairly as I can. And I'm sorry to say, but I do not think that there is a logical conclusion that just because inconsistencies exist, that then you can be certain that this was a staged attack. I don't think so. So, yeah, that's it. How can you think that whenever you don't gather the clues? There are no clues. Good faith answer, I'd say 40%. You think there's a 40% chance that it was staged? Yeah, again, I don't like the I got the call and you've changed. I don't like that. You're getting perma'd. It's just like it's annoying. It's just like basically reputation attacks, like as I'm like paid by these people to think that something, their conspiracy theory isn't real. Like it's just retarded. I don't want to hear that. Anyway, so yes, I do think it's ridiculous. Bill on Amar's sprayed with an unknown substance from a syringe, kept calmly talking for 25 minutes with no wipe off, no medical rush, nothing else. Well, she probably thought.
Well, Mike has bad knees. It's not about what he does or doesn't know. That's irrelevant. It's like, and this is why people trust Asmongold, and understandably and justifiably so. Like I 100% disagree with him here. I disagree with him on all of this. I've spent the last 50-ish minutes saying I think he is wrong here. But what he knows versus doesn't know is irrelevant. Mike has bad knees. What matters is that he believes what he's saying, and he is authentic, and he is consistent in saying what he believes and being authentic. You can't say that about 99% of other, whether it be pundits, media personalities, streamers, the whole nine. The vast, vast majority are wishy-washy, go where the money is, go where the audience is, go with where the popular sentiment is. So the reason people listen to and trust and appreciate Asmongold is because of the authenticity factor, which I will say is far more important than whether someone is right or wrong. Tubby Tank, exactly. If Asmongold is proven wrong, he will admit as a baseline. What up, Zax?
Thought it was nothing else, but you're right, and he is right. This is weird that it's happened. The attacker didn't aim for the face when he sprayed, which is what psycho attackers would do. He walked away slowly instead of full force, attracting like a true violent agitator would. Yeah, again, I mean, this is how anything is, right? I mean, why would somebody do one thing and not something else? Who knows? And I think it should be investigated, but I don't think there's a probability of it being fake. That's it. You see what Steven Crowder said about the incident? Yeah, exactly. And no, I haven't seen Steven Crowder. He's just a drunk idiot. Yeah, I know. He's a drunk idiot. People want it to be staged.
Mike bad news is, I suppose I've never found him very engaging, and that's totally fair. Like different folk find different content creators or streamers or media pundits or news folk engaging to various effects. Like I don't find Lex Friedman very engaging. I've watched several episodes of Lex Friedman's podcast. Dude he's a brilliant man. Lex Friedman is brilliant. I don't watch him because I don't find him particularly engaging. So I get that sentiment, absolutely.
Staged, and it's fogging to reality. Yeah, and keep in mind, people want this to be staged. That's actually a really good point. They want it to be staged. So it's important to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that I completely disagree with Asmongold here. I do. I will say it's still a good video. I think it's a good video. Here we go. Drop the link in the chat for you guys. Not that Asmongold needs it or whatnot, but drop the link in the chat for you guys. Good video. I completely 100% disagree. I think that his arguments, I don't think he's followed through with any of the logic on his arguments. I think that he completely misunderstands the will of the people and why this is happening. I don't think he has thought beyond the immediate of this is what happened in this moment. Even though there's a much more macro scale, he's looking at the small picture as opposed to the big picture, and that's the issue I have. I don't want it to be staged. I just don't. Well, I do care whether it was staged or not, because if it was, and here's why, Mr. Hardcore Mode. If it wasn't staged, then this is by all accounts technically an act of political violence, which is bad. Don't get me wrong, that's bad. But it shows a stark contrast between right-wing political violence and left-wing political violence. In right-wing political violence, you've got some wackadoo motherfucker throwing water on a broad. And on left-wing political violence, you have the Summer of Love. And you have what happened to Charlie Kirk. And you have the attempted assassination of Donald Trump before he was even elected. Things to that effect. So if it's not staged and it is real, it shows the dichotomy between the left and the right and what people are willing to do. If it is staged, on the other hand, it validates and vindicates every single thing that people on the right, and even in the center, and people who just care about law and order and truth and trusting our large bodying governments and media and whatnot, it vindicates every single one of them for calling all this out for so long. Like, streaming is brilliant, but so boring, I'll put his podcast on to fall asleep. I've done the exact same thing. He could have the most engaging and interesting guests and finds a way for it to be, at least in my opinion, boring. Agreed. And the Winter of Love right now. Exactly like that, Greenskin. The Winter of Love going on exactly right now. If it's proven to be staged, Asmongold's going to go in the box. No, he'll say that he was fucking wrong, and he'll move on like he always does, which, again, I think is totally fair. Alrighty. Let's make fun of more liberals. Jubilee Lib has no idea what fascism means. None of these motherfuckers do. None of them do. None of these people actually understand what fascism is. Let's take a gander.
Rhetoric is used to justify authoritarianism.
Hang on, even if the rhetoric is used to justify authoritarianism, that still is not fascism.
According to you, I guess.
No, literally, according to all of the history around
How
what
long do you wanna
fascism
do this?
is, and not only that, according to your own don't be
Exactly, Mr. Hardcore. And this will be the last thing I have to say on it, because I want to do this video, but this will be the last thing. I'll agree. So libs shoot us, and Republicans throw vinegar. Lol, fine, I'll take it. Exactly.
Snarky little you took the debate. Suffer. So back to this.
I am.
Yeah, back to this.
It's more funny than suffering. I just
the
like,
thing
are we
is,
not
is
going to
like,
talk about Trump at all?
We are talking about if Trump is a fascist.
Yeah,
What's
but
the
things
debate?
that Trump has... The first claim is Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith.
Sure, I concede the point.
2, he uses his position of power to vilify, intimidate, and oppress his opposition and those he designates as member of outgroups.
I see the point.
3, he builds, fuels, and justifies this movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can only be reattained through ultranationalism.
I see that point too.
What Andrew is doing right here is brilliant. Out the gate, right? Out the gate. We are a minute in, and really not even a minute in, because a lot of that was, lead up clips to engage the audience. So really we're like 30 seconds tops in. He has ceded multiple points. Why is that a good thing to do? It actually gives you long run leverage. It gives you long run leverage by basically stating that everything you're saying is fine. I agree with it. We're not even going to argue it, because it is irrelevant to what the meat of the debate is actually going to be.
Cool. Thanks for having us, James.
That's not me ceding to fascism.
Well, you're ceding that, by my definition, Trump is a fascist.
No, because your definition has a key word here, which is not in any of those 3 pillars. Ultra-nationalist.
I just said that was at the end of the 3rd pillar.
Here's the problem with it. No, you said he appeals. You're saying he appeals to some rhetorical ultranationalism or something. That's not ultranationalism.
To you, it's not.
No, it's just not.
Okay, cool.
It's just objectively not ultranationalism. Even if I concede all 3 of these points, it doesn't demonstrate Trump's a fascist.
Why not?
Because the metrics for ultranationalism are not in place.
Again, let's talk about that for a moment. So the appealing to ultranationalism doesn't make Trump an ultranationalist fascist. Again, absolutely correct. Let's say, in fact, let's take a waltz back through history, right? Let's take a waltz back through history. We had, was it Hoover? Yeah, it wasn't Hoover. Eisenhower, I believe. Maybe it was Eisenhower. I'm blanking on which president it was. But basically, the famous quote, "We'll have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 80 years," or whatever the exact quote is. I'm blanking on it, but I'm paraphrasing. Point is, they were able, the political system at the time, the Democrat side of the political system, was able to create a platform. LBJ, thank you. I knew it wasn't Eisenhower. Yeah, LBJ. Lyndon B. Johnson. So, was able to craft a political system that appealed to the minority black voters, right? It appealed to the minority black voters. That doesn't mean he wasn't completely a racist fuck, right? By trying to make the claim, he wasn't racist because he made a system that appealed to the black voters. It is a fallacious claim, right? He made a system that appealed to the black voters and was still a racist.
None of them.
Because you're using a different definition of ultranationalism.
No, because
than
I'm using
intending
the
with my
definition of ultranationalism.
So is there a consensus
From the fascist,
of what ultranationalism means?
Yes, there's a consensus of ultranationalism versus nationalism. That's
Who's
one
the
thing.
Consensus between?
Well, in this case, we
You
would
and
be
yourself?
we're looking at the architects of fascism, what they considered it to be, which
And
is
I already
Giovanni
explained to
Gentile.
you why appealing to the architects of this ideology, who are always going to dress up their methods with ideological flourish, is not really relevant in the descriptive
It's the
analysis
most
of whether or
relevant.
not someone is a fascist.
It's the most relevant is whether or not they follow the actual ideology. What you're trying to do is name the trait, some vegan or name the trait argument for fascists. And it's
I
like,
don't know
no,
where veganism came from. You're the one who brought up bananas earlier.
Fascism is but that wasn't to demonstrate anything vegan related. So anyway, the point is here is that fascists themselves told us what they considered ultranationalism to be. Within the state,
and cult members tell us what their cult is all about.
Their ideology?
Yeah, of the cult, but then they're going to conveniently ignore that ideology for purposes of achieving power.
So you're saying that you're going to tell Christians what they believe more than Christians are going to tell you what they believe?
I'm not here to talk about religion, so no, I'm not telling Christians anything.
Well, do you consider Christianity an ideology?
It's a religion. I mean, I guess it's an ideology, sure.
Yeah, so the thing is like, why would you yield to them on their ideology then and what they believe?
Because religions, especially organized religions, are by definition going to be formalized doctrines that you have to adhere to.
Dogma.
Yes. And political ideologies, especially when laid forth by a political leader, would also be a formalized ideology when it's codified by the government and whatnot.
That's right.
Yeah, sure.
Don't you consider Giovanni?
And we're talking about socio-political phenomena.
Don't you consider these social political advocates of this particular ideology to have written dogma pertaining to the very ideology that they then instituted in their nation? In Gentile's case and Fascist Italy's case, they brought on 22 sectors of new corporatism. Yeah. They had dogma that they actually acted on. It wasn't in a vacuum. They acted on the dogma.
Let me ask you a question about
the
that.
Dogma.
Would they deviate from that ideological dogma if it meant expanding or consolidating their power, or would they say, no, I have to stick to the dogma, like the fascist leaders in those situations?
Well, I think in Italy, they would not have deviated. In Franco's Spain, they may have deviated.
Sure. All I'm trying to get at here is that what a fascist says fascism is probably going to be dressed up in a certain way that is going to obfuscate or straight up omit certain aspects of how fascism actually functions.
Yeah, so
and again, I'm using a diagnostic definition.
Why shouldn't I do the exact same?
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody is going to do that. Whatever your ideology is, you are going to do that because you want to get mass appeal and get mass people on your side. That's not a gotcha.
Thing. I'm giving you
you can do whatever you want.
Not only a diagnostic definition, I'm giving you the most concise historical definition. It's a historical movement. It's not just a capturing.
Narrow definition.
It's not just capture. I gave you such a narrow definition. It's unbelievable. I'll give it to you again. Right?
No, I know
Fascism is an ideology that proposes a corporatist, telegenetic, ultranationalist state. That's as narrow as it could possibly be.
I know.
Do you want each of these? I can expand on each of these.
I know your definition. You talked about like the merging of the head and the body and the state and whatever. Like I know how you define it. I just don't like that definition.
Oh, that's nice. I'm glad you don't like it. We could just
whether someone likes the definition or not is always fucking irrelevant. A definition is a definition. Like this is the post-Marxist, postmodernism. Oh, words don't have meaning. It can mean whatever I want to be absolute bogus. Well, no, I reject your definition, guys. Definitions exist for a reason because we have language and we cannot effectively communicate without agreement upon this definition. So effectively, anything this dude says, anything Andrew says, this dude can hand wave as, well, I disagree because I reject your definition outright. If you can't agree on the baseline terminology and the definitions, then you cannot move forward. This is insane. But again, this is completely normal for these types.
You don't like mine.
We can just ignore all
we'll just ignore 49 minutes.
Yeah, we'll just ignore all historic context for the thing you call the guy.
Just like you ignore all the scholars you don't like by calling them leftist hacks.
Wait. The main one here, Paxton, right? I gave the olive branch. I was like, look, I like this guy's work. I understand. He is actually a scholar who's actually focusing on the issue. He is giving you expounded beliefs. He does utilize some of the historic context, right?
And what's wrong with Jason Stanley?
He almost stays completely away from the, who cares? He stays completely away from the historic, he stays completely away, though, from the historic ideas of corporatism, third positionism, and instead he's trying to use a modern lens in which to gift to you leftists or some shit. He stays
I don't know
completely
why
away
you're
from a
framing
lot
it
of that,
like this.
which is why so many people disagree with Paxton. Third positionists,
and Paxton
by the way,
disagrees with many
we
people.
have modern third positionists right now who are advocating for their positions. We've got Keith Woods. We've got, what was his?
Mr. Hardcore Mode says, Iran right now is fascist. They are killing their own people. America's not even close. Correct. Yeah, Iran is absolutely a fascist state. America is, what we're going through right now, is a state of flux where the majority of people voted for a certain thing. That thing is, at least in theory, attempting to be acted upon. The will of the people is attempted to be acted upon. And you've got a minority of voters that don't like thing, therefore are calling it fascism because thing I don't like is happening.
The other one who used to be a big, I can't think of his name, Cultured Thug. He ran a third positionist thing for a long time that gained a lot of steam. There's lots of third positionists, actually, who we can appeal to tell us what the third position is, right? And what it is that the foundational philosophy is, this and that. What you're trying to do is use morally ambiguous language in order to call your opposition that thing. But you're not actually
making a
creating
prescriptive claim.
But you're not
It's
creating
descriptive.
Yeah. Well, wait, prescriptive or descriptive?
I'm saying the claim I'm making is descriptive that Donald Trump is a fascist.
Yeah,
you
and
could
I'm
say, yeah,
making-
he is, but fascism is good.
Okay,
That's a different
well,
conversation.
here's the thing. I'm going to make the descriptive claim that fascism is both historic. It's a historic movement, and historic movements deserve historic definitions, and they just deserve to have their historicity brought into play when it comes to you defining them in a modern sense so that you can understand what this ideology actually is and that.
Correct. Andrew is entirely correct here. You don't get to twist the definition of a word because because whatever action is happening in modern day has some vague similarities to what the word initially meant, so you can then just eradicate 70% of the definition so that it falls within the purview of what your new definition is. That is not how language works, and that's not how history works.
You are completely bereft of that in your definition or even in explaining yourself here.
I don't want you to pivot from the Jason Stanley thing. Like, why do you think that he is like
It's
not
irrelevant
here?
and tangential.
No, it's relevant because you are the one who impugned his
Okay,
credibility.
now he's great. I'll just say he's great.
Okay, cool.
Okay, anything else?
Cool.
So,
Nope,
okay,
that was it.
great. So anyway, it's tangential, it's irrelevant. That was the pivot. So
That's
back to this.
Okay, that's kind of
when
slimy.
we're talking about
You don't have to do that.
historic, when we're talking about you're the one who made the pivot. When we're talking about
Addressing what you
historic,
said.
when we're talking about historic historic movements, they have historic definitions. Feminism does. Christianity has historic definitions. All ideology, communism has historical definitions. All of these things have historic definitions which are laid in to what they actually are. For some reason, you want us to believe we should just ignore that for fascism.
I don't want anyone to believe anything. I'm defending my position. If you think I'm wrong, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. If you want to be...
No, this is a moderated debate. The guy at the bottom is the moderator. Andrew Wilson almost never does, if it's an actual sanctioned debate, unmoderated debates, which is the correct way to do it. This is one of the reasons I very, very rarely debate people. I would love to debate people more often, but very rarely do we have actual like moderators and whatnot. I just refuse because I debate is an art. Debate is a skill. Debate is a very valid piece of educational entertainment. And if it's just two people on camera screaming at each other with no moderator, it is worthless and irrelevant.
Pedantic about what ultranationalism means and ignore every single point I make. That's your right to do. I am curious, when you conceded to my three affirmative claims, was that like a sarcastic, like, okay, liberal, whatever you said?
No,
was
I'm
like an
pointing
actual
out that
concession?
even if I cede all these claims, it wouldn't.
But do you cede them?
It wouldn't demonstrate that. Well, let's go through them one at a time.
Sure. You want me to start with number one? Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith.
Yeah, I'll cede that claim.
You actually fully agree with me on that?
No, I didn't say I fully agree with you. I just said I'll cede the claim. Whether I agree with you or not is tangential to the debate.
Well, I'm curious. Do you agree
I don't
with me?
care what you're curious about. It's tangential to the debate.
Well, it seems pretty
I don't
relevant
care
to the
what
debate,
you're.
actually.
No, it's not relevant.
No, again, if we're talking in the context of whether or not Trump is a fascist, ceding that point is, in fact, the correct move because it is irrelevant to the debate. Nothing that's made in that first claim would actually lead to the outcome of discussing whether or not Trump is a fascist.
Relevant if I agree or don't agree. What's relevant is
My
if he is or
affirmative
isn't a
claim as
fascist.
to why Trump is a fascist is not relevant to the debate.
No, wait.
Okay.
That claim is relevant to the debate. Whether I agree with that claim is not.
And you don't want to share with anyone whether or not you agree with that.
Why would that have anything to do with this debate?
Because then we could discuss substantively what
no,
Trump
you
has
want to
done.
get into policies. Next time, ask for policy
I want to get
debate.
into Trump
We're
because
asking,
if you read
we're
the
right,
description
what's
of the
prompts?
debate, is Trump a fascist, not what is fascism.
And here's the thing. I'm ceding every one of these points, hypothetically, and still demonstrating he's not.
Okay. So you think that even if we use the claim number 1, Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws and bad
That's
faith.
not fascistic.
You say authoritarianism is not inherently fascism. That is why words have meaning, and it's such a criminal thing that the left does. They conflate authoritarianism and fascism when they are not inherently the same. Now they can be, but they inherently aren't. So just saying Trump is an authoritarian who is doing X, Y, Z does not inherently mean Trump is a fascist.
In conjunction with my other 2 claims, is not fascistic.
So we'll start with claim 1. That's not fascistic. So claim 2.
Well, you have to be all 3 together.
Okay, go to claim 2.
This is like pointing at a brick and saying, it's not a house liberal. You said a house has bricks.
Okay, I'm going to go through them one at a time and tell you if they're fascistic or not, and then we'll take the totality of them. Go ahead.
Okay. Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith. He uses this position of power to vilify, intimidate, and oppress his opposition and those he designates as members of outgroups. And he builds, fuels, and justifies this movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can only be reattained through ultranationalism.
Well, wait a second. Can only be attained with ultranationalism.
Reattained, yeah.
I'm really glad he stopped him right there because he was about to see the point, and the word only is a big red flag. But okay, never mind. He caught it. We're good. I don't know why I would doubt he would catch it, but anyway.
Reattained. Okay. So Trump is saying that he wants everybody to be the body of the state.
No, he's saying that we have to put America first to re-achieve American glory.
That just sounds like nationalism to me.
Okay, it sounds like ultranationalism when you look at the actual extent to which he employs this propaganda technique, and when you combine it, when you combine it with the fact that it's not in a vacuum, this rhetoric is used to justify authoritarianism.
Well,
even saying it, and then
even if the rhetoric
legally,
is
different question.
Hang on, even if the rhetoric is used to justify authoritarianism, that still is not fascism.
Correct.
According to you, I
no,
guess.
no, I mean according to all of the according to all of the history around
How
what
long do you want
fascism
to do
is,
this?
and not only that, according to your own don't be a snarky little. You took the debate. Suffer. So back to this.
I am.
Yeah, back to this.
It's more funny than suffering. Are we not going to talk about Trump at all?
Okay, before you even get to talking about Trump, you need to actually define the parameters of what fascism is. Like you can't get to whether or not Trump is a fascist, which he isn't, by the way, for very obvious fucking reasons, but you can't get to is Trump a fascist without coming to a concise agreement on what fascism even is. This dude, Tubby Tank said this guy really likes leading questions. It's not even leading questions. It is he's got baked in assumptions into his statements of what fascism is that if a less skilled debater would fall for and just assume XYZ thing is true because they're conflating words and would agree that that's fascism. Like this is you have to call out the baked in presuppositions and say we need to remove this, we need to remove this. That way we can get to a just nice, clean-cut definition of fascism. And then once you have that definition, only then can you start to try and apply that definition to Trump to come to the conclusion of whether he is or is not a fascist. Again, this is a very, honestly, typical style of leftist debate. A lot of them do it because they think it's gotchas. A lot of them do it because they're just bad fucking debaters and they don't think the good debaters will be able to call this out.
We are talking about if Trump is a fascist.
No,
What's
but
the
things
debate?
that Trump has done.
Yeah,
not
I'm not here.
Again,
I'm here to talk about if Trump's a fascist.
I want to clarify with James. The debate prompt is not what is fascism. Is Trump a fascist?
Yeah, that's right. So
and to get to that, you have to first define fascism. Like, what are you out your goddamn gourd? I'm like, okay, let's say you got someone watching this, right? Like us here in the chat. I'm sure There are plenty of folk. We've got, let's see, 74 people watching live right now. If I was to hazard a guess, statistically speaking, ain't no way that all 74 of y'all, plus myself, so 75 total, plus whoever does the rewatch of this, there's no way that 100% of everybody watching actually knows the definition of fascism, authoritarianism, or how they can be conflated. So you need to first get the parameters of what fascism is. If he's going to throw authoritarianism in his initial points that are being seeded by Andrew, we have to also define authoritarianism. Then we have to draw the divide on how they are not inherently the same. And only then can you get to the discussion about Trump.
Talking about if Trump's a fascist. Anything else?
Yeah.
Just to be sure, do I understand right? So if we were using Andrew's definition, in that case, Andrew, you would say, no, Trump's not a fascist.
Yeah, by
Adam,
Andrew's
you would-
definition, I would also say Trump's not a fascist. I wouldn't use his definition.
Okay.
Right. You're
And
just
then-
going to use a made-up, non-historical definition.
the one that I think is better.
Using Adam's definition, where would you guys both land?
I would still say he's not.
Frankly, I'm not even sure what Adam's definition is, because Adam didn't give a definition. He gave a collection of conflated words that don't adhere to what fascism is. Like Adam has laid out definitions for authoritarianism. I'll say that. I'll say he's laid out definitions for authoritarianism. I don't think he's laid out definitions for fascism, but he's treating authoritarianism as it. So, like, what is his actual definition of? Maybe I'm the moron here, but do any of you guys in the chat know what is Adam's definition of fascism? Because aside from same as authoritarianism, and here's the definition for authoritarianism, I don't actually know what it is up to this point.
Not a fascist because of the ultranationalism. This is the critique.
No. You're not actually using my definition when you say that. You're projecting your own definition of this, like the subparts of the overall definition into my definition. So you keep saying my definition doesn't work because ultranationalism, but in my definition, I've explained what ultranationalism actually means, which is a rhetorical strategy
but it doesn't mean
used
that.
to justify power grabs.
That's not what ultranationalism is.
If you were to accept that ultranationalism in this context is a justification or a premise used for power grabs, then would Trump be a fascist?
Ultranationalism is not defined by rhetoric. It's defined by action.
Okay.
Action. And by the way, Gentile points this out. Where his whole philosophy was called pure act. Pure act was his entire philosophy, and fascist philosophy, pure act. It's an action, not a rhetoric. It's not a rhetoric. That's just made up bullshit.
I just want to ask the question again. If you were to accept the way I am using the word ultranationalist
I don't accept
in this context, if you were to, it's called a hypothetical, would Trump then be a fascist?
I can't. Listen, hypotheticals have to map on to logic, right?
No, I'm just asking if you were to accept the premise.
Okay. Again, this is so many people fucking do this, and it drives me crazy. They create hypotheticals that are not analogous. Like that, the whole point of a hypothetical is to test your logic and see if it would follow through the same way as if it follows through with the actual main point you're arguing over or debating over or whatever. If you create a non-analogous hypothetical, then you can't test the logic of whether it follows through or not because it's not analogous to your initial argument.
Yeah.
Then would it follow that Trump's a fascist?
If it was the case that I decided to accept the premise is Trump, that you say Trump is a fascist, would that make him one? Yes.
Oh, awesome.
So if you claimed Trump is a fascist and I said, yes, he is, you're right.
Again, James, thanks for having us. I'm glad
What have we
That's not in the debate. That was him saying in a hypothetical where I hypothetically agree with you, then I would hypothetically agree with you. That's not an end of the debate. What are we doing here?
Established there.
Figure this out. I don't really know.
Exactly, Mr. Article. That's what he said. Just so Andrew can agree with Adam. If you agree with me, would you agree with him? Like,
but you just conceded, I guess.
What are you talking
using
about?
My definition.
If I listen,
you're saying using my definition.
If it was
Trump
the
is a
case
fascist.
that you accepted,
right? If it was the case, but since it is not the case, then it's irrelevant.
Would it be the case that you accepted it? Yes. If it were the case that I accepted it, then it would indeed be the case that I accepted it. Good
No,
thing I don't
because-
accept it.
Well, no, you could then
What are you
say that
talking
even
about?
if you could then say that even if I accepted your definition of ultranationalism in this context, your definition still would not qualify to Trump as a fascist because Trump did X,
But that's not what you asked, Adam.
Y, Z,
You
or
asked
didn't
me
do X, Y, Z.
if it's the case that you accepted this thing, would it be the case that you accepted this thing?
That is literally exactly what he asked. I'm so confused as to whether he realizes he asked that he worded it in such a stupid way, or again, if this is a very poor attempt at a gotcha.
No.
Yes.
I said if it's the case that you accept my definition of one part
No,
of
accept
this
it.
thing, I can be even more clear.
That's
I
not
said
what
if
you said.
I can clarify what I said. People can also rewind. I said if you were to accept the way I am using the term ultranationalism, then yes.
Yes.
But
If I were
what?
to, so now we're in
If
hypothetical
you were to
territory.
accept what?
If I were to accept your framework for this, in this
No,
case,
not this
ultranationalism.
framework for this. Specifically, my definition of ultranationalism in this.
Yes, your definition of fascism and ultranationalism would be your framework. So when he says, if I accept your framework, yeah, he's encompassing your entire statement.
Context.
Yes.
If you were to accept
If
that,
I were to,
then zooming out, would my overall definition and my
Uh-huh.
affirmative claims of fascism apply to Trump?
I see. So
Yeah.
let me show you how stupid this is.
Please.
If you accepted that this lighter was fascist, would this lighter be fascist?
It's not analogous to what I said. at
Answer
all.
my question. If you
Yes.
accept, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, great. Look.
Not analogous.
You just.
So this one actually is analogous, and here's why it's analogous. He wasn't actually comparing the physical object to the lighter. The analogous part came from the structure of the language, and that the linguistic structure was 100% analogous. That's why that analogy, why that hypothetical did in fact work.
Admitted the lighter's fast.
And Matt, I would love to have a debate with Chibi. I've messaged Chibi, other people have tagged Chibi to have a conversation. Not even a debate, just a conversation with me. I don't know if he just doesn't see it, if he's too big for little old me or what. But yeah, no, I would love to, but it doesn't seem like it's on the table.
Just.
Oh my God. No, yeah, this is not analogous.
It's the
Because
same thing
I'm
you're
referring
asking
to
me.
a.
It's the
I'm
same thing
referring
you're
to
asking
a.
me, bro.
I'm referring to a subcomponent of my overall definition, which you are taking issue with, and saying if you were to accept the definition of that subcomponent and then zoom out, would my overall affirmative claims then justify calling Trump a fascist?
Yeah. So what you're asking me is, if it were the case that you agreed with me, Trump was a fascist, would he be?
No.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Because you could say, okay, even if you say that, Trump didn't actually do this authoritarian thing, or he doesn't engage in bad faith. He's trying.
No, actually, Andrew can't say that within the framework of the question you asked, because the question you asked was, if you accept my premise, would you agree that Trump's a fascist? When your entire premise is that these things mean Trump is a fascist. There's no wiggle room if Andrew says, yes, I would agree if we were to look at your worldview. Because he would just be agreeing with you, which the outcome would be that Trump is a fascist. This dude has no concept of debate, how linguistics work, of how hypotheticals work. And this is your typical leftist debate, bro. That's why we're doing this today. I don't cover debates like this super often because they're often so mind-numbing. But I think it's important to point out that outside of, like, X, where people just say retarded shit with, like, all caps and misspellings, that there are these sorts of debate bros that have these platforms that think they're saying insightful, deep philosophical shit, when really they're just deeply full of shit.
Trying to pursue novel legal theories, he takes legal advice from his lawyers. You could actually dispute on that basis that even if I accept your definition, Trump does not fit this category.
No. Me saying to you.
No, because within your definition, you have it baked in that Trump fits within that category.
Even if it was the case that I accepted what you meant by ultranationalism is...
You say you like Leaflet's debate better? Dude, fun fact. Were you guys watching like a month or so ago when me and Cinny reacted to Leaflet's debate with an AI artist? Or, sorry, with an anti-AI artist, with an anti-AI artist? Leaflet responded to that today. She commented on the video and said there was a good reaction. I felt super cool about that.
True.
Shout out Leaflet.
And therefore agreed with your position. Would I be agreeing?
What about Nux? There'd be nothing to debate Nux on. There would be I fucking love Nux. I disagree with him occasionally. But there's very little that I would actually debate on Nux with, because he and I largely agree. The only thing that I think me and Nux could have a debate about, Nux is a lot more positive about the Trump administration and the work they're doing than I am. Nux is far more optimistic about the Trump administration and all the W's that they've been getting. I am far more skeptical. And I don't want to say black-pilled, but I think that that's like, in terms of what Nux believes and says, stuff like that, I largely agree. But again, the only thing I disagree is the optimism and the constant Trump W's framework. So like maybe me and Nux could have a debate on that, whether or not the Trump administration is actually getting all these W's. But beyond that, I really don't think there's a whole lot me and Nux would have to debate.
With your position. Yes, of course, hypothetically, that would be the case. What's actually happening
my
here,
definition
though,
would Trump meet
I
it.
don't agree with your definition that Trump meets the criteria for ultranationalism for the 15th time. All you've done is ask me hypothetically if you did.
I completely agree with that, Infidel, by the way. Trump is far too soft.
Would he? And the answer is yes,
I feel
of course.
like you know what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're
saying.
saying.
You're pretending not to.
I don't. Because
And here's the dealio. I do not for a moment think that Andrew is lying or whatnot. Be like, oh, pretending he doesn't know what this Adam guy is saying. I think he does know what, because I don't know what Adam is saying. We've been watching this debate now for 16 minutes out of 20 minutes. And he still has not actually made a clear and concise point and claim as to what fascism is, again, because he keeps obfuscating it with what authoritarianism is. And whenever Andrew presses him for an actual definition, he is running, he is obfuscating, he is deflecting. So, yeah, there is no... Maybe you guys in chat are smarter than me. But I'd be willing to take a bet that you guys also don't know what Adam's actual point is besides herder Trump fascist because I say so.
it makes no sense.
I'm asking if you were to accept the premise, which is how we define fascism, then would you accept the conclusion that Trump meets that definition?
Yeah, you're asking me the same thing. You're just saying if it's the case that you accepted this, would you be accepting this?
No, but I'm not asking you to accept that Trump's a fascist. I'm asking you to accept my definition of what fascism is.
I don't accept.
Right, that's why you're debating, is because you have when objectively opposing views on the concepts and definitions of fascism. So if that is the debate, then why would he accept your premise? The premise of the debate is that you don't agree on this. You're not even debating the point. You're just actually saying, accept my position. That's not how a fucking debate works.
It's your definition of fascism for the last time, for the 300th time.
You don't. Dude,
but
you
if
know
you
what
say,
I'm saying.
But
you
if
know
you
what
say,
I'm saying. Don't
I
do
don't
this.
know what you're saying.
Yeah, you do.
I actually don't. Use small words. Pretend I'm really stupid.
Okay. Do you understand that when we are applying labels to people, whether or not that label applies to the person is not just a question of how you define the label, but once you've established that definition, whether or not the person actually fits in line with the description of that label?
All right. He is right here. He said, let's roll it back for a moment. I want to point out exactly where this guy is a moron.
Whether or not that label applies to the person.
We gotta wait for this.
But if you
what I'm
say,
saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, you do.
I actually don't. Use small words. Pretend I'm really stupid.
Okay. Do you understand that when we are applying labels to people, whether or not that label applies to the person is not just a question of how you define the label, but once you've established that definition, whether or not the person...
Yes. Not a question of how we define the label, but once we've established that definition. And this is why the debate's happening. You guys have differing definitions. What Adam is doing is he's effectively demanding, without any actual debate on why it should be done, that Andrew accept his definition of fascism. That way he can then use that definition to apply it to Trump, and Andrew would have to see the debate. But the thing is, Andrew, and the majority of intelligent individuals who actually know what fascism is, reject his definition of fascism.
Person actually fits in line with the description of that label.
Yes.
So you could say, I accept your definition, Adam, but Trump does not meet those affirmative claims.
But he doesn't accept your definition. And you just can't grasp that.
that you've made. Because Trump actually, for example, legitimately thinks that he has the right to do these things. His lawyers tell him he has the right to do it. He legitimately thinks that James Comey and Letitia James are enemies of the state. And therefore, he's not engaging in bad faith. He's not punishing his
So
opponents.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I just need you to understand that it's a complete tautology. What you're asking me to do is grant this so that we can move to something else. Okay, I get that. Well, you are. What you're saying is,
yes, he
can
is.
you accept that my definition within its framework is coherent if you accept my definition as being coherent?
I'm just saying if you accept my definition, would Trump meet it? I don't know why you're overcomplicating.
Yeah, if I accepted, yes, but it's tautological, of course. If I accept your definition of fascism, would the guy you're calling a fascist meet the definition that you've tailored to the guy? Sure.
No, but if I gave the same
but so
definition
what?
of fascism and said, like, is Obama a fascist? You would say, no, by your own definition, Obama does not meet that criteria.
And I'm telling
right?
you that here right now with ultranationalism.
No, but then you're using your definition of ultranationalism.
Yeah, because
not
No. And here's the difference. Andrew is not using his definition. Right? Andrew is using the historical definition agreed upon by political scholars. Adam is using his definition. Just some shit he came up with that he cobbled together based off various other, probably writings of people who are much smarter than him. That still doesn't make them smart. One is one is an actual valid, legitimized, in many instances canonized, accepted definition by historians and academics. The other one is, this is my opinion, and I'm going to treat it like a definition.
Going on here is this. Okay, do you understand that if I said fascism is the belief that we should be moving towards a stateless society, right? And you're a communist, let's say, right? Would you accept that as the definition of fascism?
I wouldn't, but you're saying if I did,
you
then
wouldn't.
yeah.
But if you did, then you would be agreeing with me, right? If you did,
Not necessarily.
Yes, if you did, then you would. Yes, actually, you would, because if you did implies that you would.
No. If you accepted that as my definition, then you
Give me
would
the definition again.
Yeah, that communism is a movement towards a stateless, or fascism is a movement towards a stateless society.
But then who'd you be applying that definition to? Just give me an example.
That's irrelevant. First of all, right now, that definition doesn't have to be applied to anybody. Definitions exist in a vacuum regardless of whether they are applied to an individual. That's why they're definitions, so they can work linguistically in all contexts.
To say, in this case, Bernie Sanders.
Okay, and then I could say, Andrew, I accept your definition hypothetically, but even by accepting that definition, Bernie Sanders is not moving towards a classless society, therefore he's not a fascist, right?
And there's the difference, because by the definition that Adam made, he tailored it specifically to Trump. The definition that Adam gave wouldn't necessarily map on to anybody. He tailored it specifically to Trump, whereas in Andrew's definition, he didn't tailor it to an individual. He tailored it to an idea.
Okay.
So I could take your premise and entertain it temporarily and see if within that framework, Bernie Sanders would or would not meet it. And you're not doing that with me.
Well, Adam, he's not learning them. He's hearing them, and then he will never actually look up what they are and what they mean, and then and then learn it from there.
Oh, if I tailor fascism is just men who have brown beards. They're all fascists. That's my definition. Can you tell me how you don't meet the criteria of being a fascist now?
I feel like my beard is more black, but I get your point. Yeah, I would say sure.
You would say sure. So okay.
Yeah, but that's not analogous to what I'm saying.
But hang on. So it does apply. My definition's coherent and does apply to you.
Me too, straight Sith male. I would rather somebody just be just dumb than be a pseudo-intellectual. Because if you're dumb and you admit to being dumb, then I got no reason to engage with you, because no matter what I say or do, I'll know that you're not going to bend or break or come to a different conclusion. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe if you're dumb, you take what other people say as gospel, and it will take very little convincing. Pseudo-intellectuals sit in this weird middle ground where they don't realize they're stupid, and they also aren't willing to bend or cede any ground. Like, this dude has not ceded a single claim. Andrew has ceded 3. And even after ceding 3 points, he is still winning the debate.
Being a fascist because you have a black beard, right?
If that's how we're defining it.
Right. So all you're saying there, do you understand how this becomes tautological? A fascist is you because you are a fascist. You have a black beard, therefore you're a fascist. Andrew,
If
I
you
accept.
said
Hang on,
fascism
Andrew,
is
I
when
accept.
someone has a black beard, and then you asked, is Santa Claus a fascist by that definition? I would say no.
Okay, well then here, let's just do it this way then, right? Anybody who's from Africa is a fascist by my definition.
I mean, just based on the way the left looks at Elon Musk, they might actually agree with that definition.
That's what a fascist is. Do you agree?
Cool. I don't agragree, but
anybody who has
let's
ancestry from
entertain it.
Africa, do you accept that as my definition of fascist?
See, I prefer, I agree with you, Gemini, that pseudo-intellectual is a nice way of saying midwit, but here's why I like pseudo-intellectual better. Using the term pseudo-intellectual is an insult that pseudo-intellectuals will take as a compliment, or at least more complimentary than being called a midwit. They'll take outright offense to being called a midwit, but if you call them a pseudo-intellectual, they'll argue with you and debate you on it, as opposed to just getting huffy and upset. It's a way for actual smart people to like subtly insult a midwit and still be able to carry on with the conversation of the debate.
I don't, but if I was to internally just say, okay, let's accept it as a premise for the sake of argument, then who are you calling a fascist by that?
Does Barack Obama now fit the criteria for fascism by my definition?
You said anyone who's descended from Africa? By that definition, every human being on Earth would.
Okay, but you have to have like, I don't know, 30% DNA or something.
Okay, I don't know Obama's exact racial makeup. I'd assume, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so then what have we established there, though? Would you
That
agree
by
with me
your-
that that's what fascism was? Or would you
No.
reject that definition?
I'd reject that definition.
And what would you
as you've been rejecting mine.
Yeah, and so you would reject that definition under the premise that, hey, wait a second, that's not what it is. Here's what it actually is, which is what I'm doing to you.
It's how long are we gonna do this, dude?
As long as it
let me
takes.
ask you.
As long as it fucking takes.
Love that. In a vacuum, this rhetoric is.
And there it is, boys. All right, we'll go ahead and drop that in the link. That's the end of that. That was. I know that probably made a lot of y'all's fucking head hurt, because it made mine hurt as well. But it is incredibly important to get out of like the Twitter and X space, and at least in my opinion, it's important to look at actual debates to see how these people do it. Not only to show what morons they are, but to improve your own debate game when you're trying to have any sort of conversation with these loons, assuming you actively try and engage in something like that. If nothing else, and you don't debate these folk to change their mind. That's another real common misconception. You don't debate these folk to change their mind. You do it to expose them and convince others that are watching. Like that was. To anybody that's not familiar with leftist debate tactics, I mean like actual sanctioned debate tactics, with moderators and with back and forth and whatnot, that very well could have been enlightening to them. That could have been like, holy shit, I've not seen that's how they try and actively apply their logic. Because when you've got randos on X saying shit with a 340 or whatever character limit, even the most articulate, well-intentioned individual isn't going to be able to oftentimes adequately express their point because you're missing, you're missing tone, you're missing facial feature, you're missing gesticulations. It's so easy to just have shit fall through one way or the other in text. So watching actual conversation and debate, I think is just incredibly important. But yeah, that was... beware of pseudo-intellectual. Real intellectual only asks questions, is very reluctant to achieve any conclusion. I trust people who constantly ask questions over people who are too confident. By and large, I would say I agree. But if you are confidently rejecting people's premises, if you are confidently espousing certain things that are like common sense, such as men can't become women, I agree with that. Like, also, confidence can hold a lot of sway in a debate. And at the end of the day, again, like I said, that is your role, that is your job, is to convince others, not to convince the person you're debating. But I do get your point. Excuse me. Alrighty. Excuse me. This will be the last bit of political shit before we move on to some gaming stuff. I actually respect him more now. I think wait, Carlson back in the day used to be too common. Oh, gotcha. Alrighty. Last bit of political stuff. We're moving to some gaming. I gotta check something real quick, actually. Give me one moment here. Gotta check something real quick. Yeah, okay. I'll probably mention this a couple times throughout the stream. But I'll go ahead and mention it now. Well, we got 82 of you watching. It's Thursday night, baby. And y'all know what we do on Thursdays. We do watch parties in the Discord when we hit Tier 2 on Neon Leon. And we hit Tier 2 last week, right? We hit Tier 2 last week. And the movie that was decided upon was the Nick Cage classic, Vampire's Kiss. So if you are a member, and if you are part of the Discord, and if you're not a member, become a member. If you want other people to become members, maybe drop some memberships in the chat. But yes, we're doing the Vampire's Kiss watch party tonight around 10 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, give or take. It's gonna be a fucking blast. So, yeah, just make sure that if you are a Nick Cage fan or a bad movie fan or just want to get engaged off the YouTube platform and just hang with us in a more casual, fun setting, then that's what we'll be doing tonight in the Discord. We'll be watching Vampire's Kiss. Even CNN is sick of them. Let's go.
But now we're seeing massive protests. This is in Portland, Oregon again, outside that federal building. The far-left activists have tried to take over and over. They've never done it, but again, here they are being idiots. Again, I'm seeing these people waving it off with their fans, like, oh, we're stopping fascism with our crime-fighting fans. They sound so ugly. Yeah, it's bad.
Is that Dom DeLuca with him? I can't tell. Is they trying to be some like all black dudes look alike shit? Is that Dom? I'm not a big fan of Dom. Like, I don't dislike him, but I also think that he's, like, kind of over-sensationalized, and he shows up in places I don't know that he actually has the credibility to be, but maybe I'm just a hater.
I like that. They're all holding iPhones made by slaves.
What are we watching? Is Iran or Minnesota? It's very obviously Minnesota, and you want to know how we know the difference? Because the populace of civilians isn't being fucking slaughtered by their own actual fascist government. That's how we know it's Minnesota. It's Minnesota, not Iran, because the civilian protesters are being allowed to live.
Labor, but they don't care.
And yeah, I like Decoy. The reason I don't react to Decoy very often is because I just watch a lot of his shit on my own time. And so the reaction wouldn't be authentic if I was doing it on stream, because likely I'd already seen it. But I hadn't seen this one yet because it only came out like an hour or something ago. Four hours ago. It was like an hour at the time I set the stream. It's like 4 hours ago. I was just like, yeah, I want to do some Decoy on today's stream.
I know that my Apple devices aren't made the most ethically, but I'm also not trying to say, oh my God, destroy capitalism. What are you accomplishing? Nothing. For a group that...
How do these leftists that ain't got no job, no money, but donate to my Patreon, like, how are they able to get all this tactical gear and gas masks and, like, anybody that doesn't believe there's some sort of higher controlling body that funds this, that creates these networks, that provides them with supplies and materials. Like, because, I mean, look at these folk. We've got that old video. Do you remember that video of, like, that black woman who couldn't get to work because you had all those dumbass white protesters blocking traffic? And so you had the one person filming. He's like, how do you feel knowing that you're keeping a black woman from getting to work and feeding her family by doing this? And he's like, oh no, work. Like, that is all of these people. They don't got real jobs. They don't even flip burgers, bro. They live off the government. They live off welfare. They live off the state. They might live with their goddamn parents. And yet they're being supplied with all of this tactical gear. All the same matching black outfits and the gas masks. I mean, like this dude isn't even smart enough to hold his sign properly. He's got his sign vertically as opposed to horizontally. When it's written horizontally, like these people are clowns. But obviously they're all out here. They're protesting fascism. This is organized and orchestrated by some higher up power. No, you broke the law. You don't get a traffic ticket. Oh, wait, Leon, you have to hear this. I was out listening to the radio. They acknowledged the people are illegals, but said, wait for it. It's only a civil violation. Yeah, that's pretty normally. Yeah, absolutely normal. How do they get the stuff? Totally unrelated. Right, Lurkington, exactly. The average person doesn't just have body armor. Dude, I don't even have body armor. Now, I got me a few blickies, right? I got me a few, but I don't have body armor. I'm not wearing hockey pads. Like, War Wizard for a two-banger says, speaking of welfare, why, thank you. There's been, look, allow me to channel my inner dark side Phil. There's been a distinct lack of donos. I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue the stream if we don't hit even tier 1. No, shout out, Wizard. Thank you so much, homie. Truly appreciate you. I mean, $2 is all it takes.
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Shout out. Thank you so much, homie. It's a crapshoot full of useful idiots. I meant the shields. How do I sign up? I need free money. Got beams for them blickies. A vagabond coming in with a 5-banger. These dudes are paid protesters and have been seen. Well, all right. So let's address that. First of all, thank you for the 5-banger. Let me play you a clip, and then we'll address it. Here's your clip.
How you doing, sir? Good. Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
Alrighty. So let's address this idea of paid protesters have been seen in multiple states. Yes, that is happening. True. These same protesters, we've seen verifiable proof of paid protesters going to various different states, showing up at all these protests. In fact, we covered this last week during the lunch hour with the Don Lemon church stuff. Verifiable proof of paid protesters. But here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. And I'll get to that in a sec, the most you can have, but here's the kicker. A lot of them aren't paid protesters. A lot of them be doing it for the love of the game, son. They are so brainwashed by their ideology. They are so bootlicking for this corrupt state that can just use and abuse their free will. They get a lot of these mofos that do it for free. They out there just because of the love of the game. Now, again, we know there are paid protesters. That is obvious. But what's more cost effective? Pay everybody? Or pay a few people that ain't got no morals to take part in it, while you got a lot of other people that believe they have morals, they're going to be doing this shit for free. You just have to tell them, we're organizing at this time, this date, there'll be equipment supply drops for you. That's even wilder, bro. I would say 20% or less of them are actually paid. 20% or less would be my guess. Most of them just be doing it for the love of the game. And then the most you can have with a 2-banger says the question is, who's paying them? Some shell company that goes through another shell company that somehow ties back to the Soros Foundation. That's what I would assume. The people paying them are the same people that see no issue with bestiality, for example.
I'd fuck one of the robot dogs.
Shout out most you can have. Thanks for the 2-banger.
Apparently owns their streets. They sure do lose a lot.
And you're probably right, by the way, most you can have. Less than 20%. Like I'm being pretty liberal when I say 20%.
And they're just playing with it. They're just hitting them with pepper balls. They're not using live rounds. They're just playing games with them. They're letting them look. I'm not saying they should use live rounds, but it just shows everybody on both sides. No, this isn't a real.
And that's why it's not fascism, baby. Let's roll the tape back.
They're just hitting them with pepper balls. They're not using live rounds.
And that's how we know it's not fascism. If it was fascism, they'd be using live rounds.
They're just playing games with them. They're letting them look. I'm not saying they should use live rounds, but it just shows everybody on both sides. No, this isn't a real struggle. This guy's dancing. He's just getting a social media moment.
Yeah, everyone has their phone in hands.
Yeah. When you see more press than you do activists, you know this is just for social media, essentially. Yeah, look at this.
Now they're getting aggressive with photos.
Yeah, selfie sticks. We just got pushed.
Impossible Man says, do you have Somali derangement syndrome? Are you asking me personally? Or are you making a comment about the protesters? People in the I'm going to need you to expound on what you mean by that. You know what, Matt? Good point. If it was fascism, they wouldn't be able to protest to begin with. Good point.
That's how that girl just lost a hand. Well, thank you for the gifted subs.
God.
They have no
crime, jail. Homie is through a rock or some sort of blunt projectile that could be considered a deadly weapon. Jail.
No sense of what danger is.
What up, AJ?
Insurrection Act, bringing the military, stopped this yesterday.
It looked like a pepper grenade. That would still be a blunt projectile, but fair enough.
We can't have a society like this. Yeah, stop wasting my taxes on this nonsense. Arrest them. Yeah, this should be done.
You know, the crazy thing is, once all this ends, everybody goes home to their nice house, fresh cooked meal, on their nice bed.
Well, the sad thing is, I think once they move on to the next thing, it was the border. Before that, it was Palestine. Before that, it was Ukraine. Before that, it was Donald Trump. Before that, it was BLM. Like, they'll just move on to the next thing, not accomplishing it because, what is this? In LA, skull to ice, waving the Mexican flag, but also, this is just music, but also waving the Palestine flag. This is just.
I am next.
Am I next?
Am I next?
But just the idea that it's like I think that you just have all the movements. You don't really have something to stand on. What do you care about? Do you care about the very strong?
It's so fucking funny to me, dude. If you wanted to make your point, maybe I'm crazy, right? Maybe I'm crazy. If you wanted to make your point that you think America has fallen, you think this is authoritarianism, because if we were to take these leftist commie loons at their word, which I know we shouldn't do, but let's pretend for a moment. Let's live in make-believe fantasy land, right? If we wanted to accept their premise that they are doing this because they want to save America, they want to see this authoritarian regime that has taken over our country to be squashed so that we can get back to the hippy-dippy, free love, America for everyone movement. You'd be waving American flags. Like, even the leftists would hypothetically should be waving American flags. Because you would want to at least give the facade that you're doing this for the beginning of America, for the benefit of America, or at least your vision of America. You do recognize how organized all this is, right? It's not well, yeah, I mean, Elder Crawler, I was literally just saying that 5-10 minutes ago. I went like on a whole, I don't know if you came in after or not, but I just went on a whole diatribe about how it's organized.
strong borders that Palestine wants? You care about the very strong borders and deportation efforts that Mexico has? Or do you care about having open borders because...
Impossible Man. I'll entertain the troll because I find it fun. I'll entertain the troll because I find it fun, right? You say that Decoy Voice is a right-wing grifter, he is pathetic, and he is a hateful loser. I want to make sure that you are aware of this. I want to make sure that you fully understand this. I am far more hateful. I am far more hateful and vitriolic and radical than Decoy Voice will ever be. Decoy Voice may as well be Bernie Sanders compared to me. If you can come in this chat and you can troll because I'm a free speech absolutist, so long as it stays within obviously the YouTube TOS. I don't ban people unless they breaking TOS. But if you want to come in and troll, I just want to have you know that you are dealing with a radical, with a hateful individual. I want to see. Not only do I want to see every single illegal individual kicked from this country, I want to see people who advocate for them and broke the law, assisting them citizenship revoked, even if they were here legally, and I want to see them kicked out. I want to see all the leftists that have brought the down spiral of this country for going against the majority populace, like what we actually voted for. I want to see them sent to like Papua New Guinea or some shithole like that. Don't even try and come in trying to call Decoy Voice hateful, because I am far more hateful. I am far more radical, and it is up to me and others like me to radicalize every motherfucking one of you watching. Alrighty. Alright, let's keep going.
Stolen land or whatever. Like, they keep on thinking, what's the next thing? How can I be on the right side of history? Because when giving even the smallest amount of logic, they melt down. Because like I said, they all admit there's offenders. There's people that are women. There are dangerous individuals there to kidnap and traffic young immigrant women into slavery. They all admit that happens. They want ICE to be gone, but they have no solution, no alternative to ICE. So here she is saying, hey, look, do you want ICE to be gone?
Why are you getting so angry?
Because the country being run by fucking criminals and nobody's doing anything.
Very, very emotional.
And if I move my arms like this, it makes my point even further.
He's run by emotion.
If someone clips that, I'll fucking into you.
And people like you are defending actions of fucking terrorists.
And people like you are defending these being in Minnesota by wanting to abolish ICE and get them out of
I'm
here.
not defending those.
You just did, bro.
If you're trying to argue that we need to get rid of these people that...
You say you feel like he's acting. Here's why I don't believe he is acting for a moment. Bro, look at that facial hair. Look at that facial hair. Look at that widow's peak. Like, imagine the Amazon Prime ran by Jennifer Salke, the girl that made Rings of Power. Imagine if she remade Joe Dirt. You get this guy. I don't believe he's acting for a fucking moment.
These are fucking... Then get the fucking in the White House out now!
Those are files.
Okay.
And so when you want...
Holy shit, he does look like Ryan Kindle. Now that it's zoomed on his face, he does. Oh my god.
It's crazy how it's like, okay, both things can be bad. I think most everybody on the right is very upset with how the Epstein files are handled. We still want those out. We knew from the first...
Oh, Elder Crawler, you're preaching to the wrong choir. You say they'll use your values against you. I don't have values. You are in the wrong chat if you're trying to like wax philosophical about political and about the hidden agendas and the New World Order and shit. Because you're right, that'll work on most people. I agree, you're right, that'll work on most people, Elder Crawler. I don't have values. All I give a fuck about is results. When it comes to shit like this, values mean fuck all. I'm a ends justify the means motherfucker.
The first administration from Trump we weren't going to get everything we wanted. We just knew it was better than the alternative. We think he's doing a bad job, very bad job, even with his picks for certain positions in government. Like, some good, some bad. That's why we don't worship him like he's our Biden leader or whatever, our savior.
Some people do. Laura Loomer worships him, bro. Like, if Jesus Christ himself appeared before Laura Loomer and was like, my child, me or Daddy Trump, Laura would be like, fuck out of here, Jesus! Trump for heaven! Trump for God!
Yeah. Good and bad.
I don't know why I made Laura Loomer, like, black, but...
we can both admit it. But somehow he's like, but if we don't get what, the Epstein files, then we have to let all these child R's in our society by fighting ICE. He has nothing to stand on.
This is who you're protecting.
No, I am not trying to protect those people. I'm protecting the actual people who had not had any previous criminal charges against them being...
They came here illegally, therefore that was a criminal act. Hence the term illegal entry.
Deported, sure,
but they're trying to go in the courthouse. He doesn't know the reason we have all the violence in Minneapolis and California and all these riots is because sanctuary city policies keep ICE outside of the courthouses. If you lose your hearing, like you try to become a citizen. If you lost your hearing in a place that wasn't a sanctuary city, they deport you right away. Why would you be convicted of murder and they say, okay, you've been convicted, come back in 6 weeks? It's like, no, you're going to jail today. The same thing that happens with deportation hearings, but since sanctuary cities don't let them in there, they have to go out there in the street and find them. That's what the argument is about. But here he is saying, I only want them when they're convicted. They've already been convicted.
Maybe those people have been convicted. Maybe they should get out. But
how do they get out, though?
I mean, get out.
But how does that happen without...
Dude, how do they get out? I don't know. Maybe by ICE? Like, how do they get out? Dude couldn't even answer the question. It's almost like ICE, which has been around since, 2003, has been doing this job since 2003.
Because there's the one guy that ICE was out there when they had the picture of the U.S. citizen. He's handcuffed. I think he's Asian. He has no shirt on. They're like, oh, why are they handcuffing U.S. citizens? It's like, because they're looking for a convicted R. They found out later that even though they were going after that guy that was, they arrested the U.S. citizen, they handcuffed him, the city already has him in custody. The convicted R. He needs to go. He has deportation orders. He's already in jail, but they won't turn him over to ICE.
Why?
Because they're sanctuary.
Find some other organization not hiring criminals.
There isn't. There is no lawful organization that can remove somebody that's here illegally and committed crimes. They can't do it.
You know what that's called? That's called the police.
Yes. Yes, it is. And ICE are literally law enforcement. Holy shit. That was the most of all the retarded shit homeboy could have said. That might be the most retarded.
The local police does not...
The police can't enforce border laws. The most insane thing that I found out about this is when you saw over in San Diego all those panga boats landing on the shore and all the illegal immigrants running out and getting in SUVs driving away. The sheriffs are there. They can't enforce border laws. It's just that's in the statute.
They don't have the power.
You guys that are talking about Palestine shit in chat, again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about brown people land over across the ocean and shit. Israel, Palestine, the Gaza Strip, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Turkey. I can't give a shit about Turkey because I like Turkey. Turkey's good. Only a few times a year, though. It gets dry easy. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Glass it all for all you. Not even glass it. Let them glass each other. I don't give a fuck. If I woke up tomorrow and I found out that overnight while I was up playing video games that Israel and Palestine both like sent airstrikes and glassed each other, I'd be like, all right, what's the next video game I'm playing?
Power to do that.
They don't. That's why you have to swear. You have to have state troopers sworn to enforce it federally so they can do it. But regular officers, he doesn't know, but he thinks regular officers can do something.
They don't deport people. ICE does.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. Say that, they want to get these criminal, or they want to, like, convict the criminal, get them out, all right? You want to know an easy way to know if someone been convicted, an easy way to get criminals? Go to the jail.
All can fall, except Djibouti. It makes me laugh. Fair enough. Djibouti can stay.
Cells. Get the people that have already been convicted.
That's what they want.
Get them out, not random people on the streets.
Okay, so again, we're just going to talk calmly here. These people are pedophiles and they are criminals. Give me 1 second before your impulse tells you to interrupt me, okay? 1 second. If you don't want ICE going around, if you don't want them to exist, if you want them abolished, these people would still be in our streets. These people would still be going out and children. There is no one that could deport them. They don't have the agency to do that. And I think it's dangerous to start telling local law enforcement that they can go and start deporting people. ICE has the power under Title 8 to do this. So tell me, how do we remove these people if we abolish ICE?
He sat there silent for all of like 45 seconds to a minute before he's about to start spurting out. This might be the most like calm and collected leftist I've ever seen.
Simple. Just lock them up for crimes that they've committed.
It's funny because he's reinventing what the conservatives want. He just doesn't know it.
If they committed crimes, they should be jailed.
Yes.
Okay. Just not even, just ignore the deportation process.
Yeah, I want to address this, Elder. Says, come on, Leon. I know you have human values, human integrity, is it? So, my values start and stop at the point of which the, frankly, badass society that I live in and love, the American society, begins to erode irreparably, and me and mine will not be able to taste the fruit and milk and honey of everything that came before, and I am no longer able to contribute to the furthering of that milk and fruit and honey for the generations to come. If I have to sacrifice my my values because like if I have to sacrifice my values that are let's say a luxury of the luxury of the good times or whatever, a luxury of the first world, I will absolutely do that. 100%. 100%.
And the fact that you're trying to...
But these are federal crimes. These are federal crimes that are handled by the federal government because they are illegal.
But what is a federal... How is it a federal crime to be protesting? Why did a mother...
It's not federal crime to protest. It's a federal crime to impede federal officers during an operation.
Get shot in the face 3 times.
We can talk about that after you tell me how on earth we're going to get these people out without ICE. Local law enforcement, and you want to talk about constitutional and it being legal? This...
I'm well aware.
Holding principle against those who have none will only see your principle used against you to your detriment. Bingo, bango, bongo. Exactly. Exactly. Dude, Dragon Ball Abridged did this so well. Like of all things, Dragon Ball Abridged did this so well. When Android 16 is about to die, and he uses his speech to convince Gohan to go Super Saiyan 2, he says that as Gohan clings to his rigid pacifism, at least he was able to maintain his morals as the good man that did nothing. Effectively accusing Gohan of the banality of evil. Based as fuck Android 16. And he was completely correct.
Heck.
Why are you getting so angry?
Because the country being run by fucking criminals and nobody's doing anything.
He knows the answer. He's like fighting. He's using his entire body to just fight it. That's why he's getting so emotional. She's coming from a very rational place, and he's just not having. He's letting his emotion take over and just not listening to anything she has to say.
Yeah, because if she gives him some sort of like actual rationale as to why he's wrong, it makes everything about his identity. You can't make your political opinions your identity. You can have a guy that says, okay, look, the right is good sometimes, the left is good sometimes. I'm kind of in the middle. I'll pick and choose what I represent. If someone says, I am a Democrat, I am a very libertarian, like they make that their identity. You attacking the flaws in the party is attacking flaws in their soul, and he just can't accept that.
And that is because the state has replaced religion with ideological, dogmatic loyalty to the state itself. That, like, once your political beliefs become your entire personality, that is almost 100% of the time guaranteed, because you have fallen for the propaganda of the state. Basically making them your own dogmatic religion. He's acting like Leon when I tell him Mario is superior to Sonic. I've grown past the petty squabbles of you Mario supremacists.
Anything, and people like you are defending actions of terror.
And people like you are defending these.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't stand to hear him anymore. But it's just, they're getting to this point where...
Oh, that was some weak sauce. Come on, you say you can't stand to hear him anymore?
I can't stand it.
There was not even 30 seconds left. Come on. There was 24 seconds left. Damn it.
Hear him anymore. But it's just, they're getting to this point where they just make shit up. They just make shit up. They're the bad guys. And I don't...
So you need to stand for something, and I personally believe you have a good feel for human integrity, and those are the intuitive principles, truth over power. Right. What I stand for, like... I agree that people need to stand for something, and what I stand for is crushing with absolute might and force of will individuals that oppose the basic God-given rights. Because I remember the Constitution grants our rights as God-given rights. So I stand for crushing anybody that would try and trample that, because these God-given rights transcend anything that humans come up with, because they are given to us by an omnipotent, objectively moral supreme being. And by that logic, anything that must be done to maintain the sanctity of those rights is completely valid. It is 100% valid.
Even know why CNN would give this guy any time on air.
Understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which literally was built.
Correct. The Constitution doesn't grant rights. It affirms them. God is what granted the rights. And if I said the Constitution granted, that was actually my bad. I misspoke. Because Mike has bad knees is correct. The Constitution doesn't grant rights. God grants the rights. The Constitution affirms them. If I misspoke, then thank you for that correction, because that is actually a very important correction.
Was a concentration camp and Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp.
We made it up. We say, like, if you look inside the Alligator Alcatraz, it looks nothing like a concentration camp. It looks like a or a low security prison. They're fine. They have their cell phones. Like, this is not what he thinks it is.
Not saying they're Dachau. I'm not saying they're putting people in ovens yet, but these are.
But he thinks it's gonna happen.
Concentration camps.
Okay.
When even CNN has to wave you off saying, hey, man, you're being fucking regarded, you know you've gone too far. He's regretting his choice of guest.
I don't need to argue with you about
that.
I'm not going to argue with you. I said it, and I meant it. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here, but it's like, people are still losing their lives. A DUI took out a family over in San Diego.
I was going to bring that up, actually, Dinner Ryder. You need to be able to enforce it, otherwise you'll end up like us Poles, our Constitution, that's our first Europe. Right. Force doctrine is the way of the world. And I'll bring it up very much because, like, it gets into philosophy that I think that most people just don't want to pretend is real. Even people that at their core know it's real and agree with it don't like saying it because it sounds so bad. Force doctrine is a real thing. Unless those God-given rights that are affirmed by the Constitution can actually be enforced, then they are meaningless. Absolutely. Dinner, you're 100% correct. I wasn't going to get into the minutia of it. I'm probably still going to not. I'm just going to say I agree with you. But yes, Force doctrine is necessary. Yo, shout out Dr. Tyson. Thanks for the sub, homie. Force doctrine is, it's not even that it's necessary. Force doctrine is just literally an epistemic fact of the world.
Diego, super sad. The guy had deportation orders. He had several DUIs before. Tragedy. No one's complaining about that. And now you got Governor Gavin Newsom saying, because Preddy lost his life, the Trump administration doesn't support the Second Amendment. You know, me and you, in the near future, will not be able to buy Glocks in California.
Why do you always blaming everything on the Trump administration? That's what. Why?
Before even the Trump, why do they blame everything on the Second Amendment? And then when it's convenient to them, they invoke the Second Amendment as if they actually care about it. Look up the gun laws in California. Yeah. Gun laws in California have done far more damage to the Second Amendment than Trump has. Don't get me wrong. I don't like Trump on the Second Amendment in a lot of things. I don't. The banning of bump stocks, shit like that. Casual use of terms like assault weapon from people in his cabinet. Nah, I actually think that the Trump administration is pretty weak on the Second Amendment. I don't like it. But this is pot calling the kettle black right here.
Why? Because that's all they have. Like, they think the only thing they need to do to win the presidency or their elections or whatever is to defeat Trump.
Well, right, but defense is still a show of force. Like, force does not inherently mean aggressor. Right? So that defended is a worse word than force. Because defended, again, because force is not inherently aggressive.
They offer nothing for the American people. He offers nothing to the citizens that had their houses burned down.
I'm not surprised by that whatsoever, straight to the mail. Pam Bondi is a fucking moron. She is the worst thing to ever happen to the Trump administration. I can't stand that woman.
In the Pacific Palisades, he just knows, if I'm anti-Trump, if I walk around carrying Trump knee pads, if I use your tax dollars to fly overseas and talk about Trump knee pads and mating with Trump because he's a T-Rex, I'm gonna win the next election. They provide nothing other than Trump is a bad guy, even though it's saying the Trump administration does not support the second. This is Newsom saying the Trump administration agrees with my administration, and somehow that's a win because Orange Man bad.
Well, you gotta remember, before Trump took office, he and Gavin Newsom were super cordial to one another. This is all performative bullshit by Gavin Newsom. He doesn't believe any of this. Gavin Newsom, behind closed doors, is chill with Trump. It's been shown multiple times during the Biden administration and during the come up to the election. Trump and Newsom met multiple times. Either Newsom is chill with Trump, or he actually does hate him, but he's such a sniveling coward, he pretended to be chill with Trump because he didn't want to be on his bad side. And now, only after Trump's elected, is he using a hatred of Trump to get himself political W's or whatever.
Again, nobody was complaining about the crazy liberal that sent rounds into the Dallas ICE facility trying to end the lives of ICE agents and just ended up killing 2 immigrants.
So here's the deal, Mike. On the one hand, I agree with you. Mike says Pam Bondi is corrupt. I don't think anything she does or doesn't do is by accident. On the one hand, I agree with you, right? Corrupt motherfucker. On the other hand, I often, believe and ascribe to the mentality of never attribute the malice what could be more easily applied to stupidity. And being that she a woman in power, I think there's a whole lot of stupidity. Short answer is probably both.
Weston Len's been talking about nobody cares about this guy. Those immigrants were infinitely more innocent than good or Preddy, but some reason the left has programmed them to say we're here to protect illegals unless they're ended by our party. Then we'll just conveniently ignore it. Actual victims, actual American citizens, actual innocent people. Preddy wasn't leaving a donut shop. Renee wasn't going home from dropping off her kid at school. These people were just living their lives. But the left has captivated their base so much, they can convince them to go batshit insane on journalists saying you're a hack because you're trying to protect those people and conveniently ignoring, hey, crime is a thing, law and order is needed, and yet all they're told is to recite lines. Like, I don't know about you, but how many people on social media, on Instagram, have you seen?
I don't know. Epstein Binder skit was very specific to do. I require multiple. Oh, don't get me wrong. I am. That is one of the main. It might be the main, the numero uno reason for my complete and utter disdain, loathing even, for Pam Bondi is the Epstein stuff. I like, and this isn't a glazed Trump or anything, because obviously I find it very annoying what he has said on the Epstein stuff and how he has handled the Epstein stuff. But I actually think that between the two, Bondi is the far worse actor when it comes to the Epstein stuff. Far worse. So yeah, don't get me started on that. I think that and this is one of the major reasons I have such an issue with the Trump administration. The absolute lack of transparency and moral failing to give us any information and closure and releases. And again, transparency, I said that twice because it matters, on the Epstein files. Hard to disagree, Leon. If all's fair, taught me anything, is that women are hella competent and all-powerful. Oh, Molly. Oh, Molly. It's unfortunate that you changed your name from Molly Coddled, because that's such a coddled opinion. Love you, though, girly.
Saying things like, you should be outraged over this Preddy incident. Oh,
yeah.
You speak up. Like, all these regular people saying this.
People that have no inside information. I'm like, you.
I'm not going to Fed post here, but if we're going to ever see the Epstein files, it'll be a very messy process. When we see the Epstein files, and it is a when, not an if, but when we see the Epstein files, it'll be in 60 years, just like how the JFK and Martin Luther King Jr. stuff was rolled out, with it being released as, ironically, PDF files. I'm not saying that in terms of trying to, like, skirt YouTube TOS. Y'all know I'll say pedophile. I mean literal PDF files that are unsearchable. It'll be thousands of documents. It'll have a bunch of redactions, and anything of note that's even left in there will have been irrelevant for the last half century.
You're posting about coffee yesterday, and today you're posting about political stuff. I don't understand.
COVID shit's irrelevant. I'm talking about the second Trump administration. COVID doesn't matter.
And it wouldn't bother me if they had some sort of nuanced take. This is what I think would happen to the thing because I saw this and I've done my research or whatever. Like, it's just copy paste what a celebrity said. I'm saying the same thing too because I'm worried about being called a fascist.
Yeah, we supposedly already got it, like 13,000 pages worth of documents or whatever being released that nobody's combed through or anything. Like, guys, and this is not a justification for how the Trump administration handled the Epstein. I've said ad nauseum, I find it abhorrent and repugnant and a complete destruction of his administration. But by the same token, it is also logical to assume that anything that was in the Epstein files that could have been damning or whatnot, it's probably already redacted or destroyed or taken out or whatever during the Biden administration. That's likely the case.
I want to be a racist, so here's me agreeing with everything the left-wing media's told me because I have no personal ideas. I have no personal values. I've never thought about something for myself, but let me just repeat what I saw Steph Curry say.
Yep, don't care about what Steph Curry has to say. Alrighty, crew. Great video. Good job by Decoy, as usual. I prefer his more, like, the Decoy voice as opposed to the decaf Decoy. I like the editing structure. I like the wit. I like the humor. But that was good. That's Decoy's second channel. Make sure to give it a like, sub, the whole nine. It was how they handled files before actually releasing them. Dangling red meat just to yank it away. Anyway, Epstein wasn't a big deal. Then the files were exactly. Exactly. I think that is far more egregious. 100% far more egregious. One of the big ones, Leon, I heard was possibly the previous Israeli prime minister on the... Look, when it comes to Epstein, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Anybody that thinks that it was just one party is fucking retarded. Alright? It wasn't just the Democrats. It wasn't just the Republicans. It wasn't just the Crown over in the UK. It was everyone. It was the Israelis. It was the Saudis. It was the American government. It was the French government. It was the Canadian government. It was the UK government. It was everyone. It was every single first world power, and in some instances, third world powers that cosplay as first world powers, all together. Exactly, Tomahawk. Everyone that has powers. And I'm not saying you thought it was just one Netflix. I'm just saying this as a generality. You got you've got ingrates, termites, parasites like Candace Owens, who was like, it's Israel. with nothing else. With nothing else. And like, homie, I don't fucking like Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. I find Israel's meddling in our affairs to be disgusting. I find the fact that we allow us to basically be a puppet state of Israel to be disgusting. But the Epstein shit ain't just Israel. It's fucking everyone. It is a global elite cabal of pedophiles that run the world. Not just Israel. Let's see. A way of genius can define something is by calling the opposite of what it's not. Your enemies define you. Yep, correct. But it wasn't Pee Wee Herman. He cranked it in a movie theater like a civilized person. So, ABF. Hashtag not all cabals. Okay? Alright, let's get it trending on X. Hashtag not all cabals. Alrighty. We've been doing hard politics for 2.5 hours now. Let's switch to some gaming. Let's switch to some gaming, baby. You are listening to AI-generated video game music. Please stop. Fuck this dude. Out the gate. But before we even get into the video, I'm going to show y'all his account. It is indie game composer and video game music researcher. Dude obviously has a financial stake in this opinion. He's upsetting spaghetti that people listen to AI-generated video game music because it could cost him jobs in the future. That's what this is. And I'm going to let y'all know, I love AI-generated video game music. If I see, like, funk rendition of Super Mario Bros. Overworld theme, sometimes that shit be hitting, bro.
I'm gonna talk about a thing I noticed. Like, I don't know if I'm going crazy or not. Let's look up Sonic Underground synthwave, because this is the one where I like first noticed it. Right, Severed Soul, Sonic Underground themes.
I listen to stuff like this all the time. Dude, I'm gonna show y'all. Watch this. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Persona 5 synthwave. Right here, bro. I listen to this. Is a banger. Here's another one. I don't know if it's AI, but I assume it's AI. What was it called? Legend of Zelda detective music. Right here, bro. Zelda Ocarina of Time as noir jazz. I don't know if I'm gonna get copyright hit for this, but I'm gonna give y'all a quick taste. Let's do Lon Ranch, Goron City, Zora's Domain. Yeah. Let's do Temple of Time, right? It hits, bro. It'd be 2 a.m. I'm late night editing. I got this shit going in the background. Homie, I don't care if it's AI. That feels good.
Synthwave. Now let's like listen to like a bit of this.
Triplets born, the throne awaits. A seal warns of a deadly fate. Give up your children, separate.
Children.
Of the freedom fight. They seek their
Children.
of a deadly fate.
Bit of this.
Triplets born, the throne awaits. A seal warns of a deadly fate. Give up your children, separate.
All right. So it mispronounced children. Okay. And musicians all the time say unintelligible shit. Y'all ever listen to what was band that did Even Flow? Eddie Vedder's band. Why am I blanking on their name? I almost said Soundgarden. It's not Soundgarden. That was oh my god. I can't believe that I'm blanking on Eddie Vedder's band's name. The point is, you guys get what I'm saying, right? People say Pearl Jam. Thank you, Pearl Jam. Y'all listen to Pearl Jam? Eddie Vedder says some unintelligible shit. He mispronounced stuff. Like, sometimes mispronouncing stuff A, it's because you got an accent, or you got a weird cadence when you sing, or you've got just it flows better for the song. How many people misheard song lyrics? Hold me closer, Tony Danza. Like Tony, instead of Tiny Dancer, people say Tony Danza. Mumble rap, yeah, mumble rap. Lemmy from Motorhead would sometimes say 8 of spades just to mess with people. Like, dude, I don't care if it mispronounced children. Real people do that shit.
Children.
Yeah, Dorado Vagabond, put your glasses on. Put your glasses on. Shout out. Thank you for the 2-banger, homie. Truly appreciate it. Let's see. What are we going to give you? Let's do this one right here.
There's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, you touch them back.
Thanks for the 2-bang, homie. Dude, AB, I've never heard that one. Instead of pour your sugar on me, pour your shook up ramen. That's good. I like that. I've never heard pour your shook up ramen. I like that. Fun fact, in a God DeVito was in the Garden of Eden, but he was so high. Yep, that is absolutely true. So, all this to say, because we're only 34 seconds in, and it was because we get stuck on misheard song lyrics for ages. Point is, dude is throwing a bitch fit about AI music in the video on YouTube. Oh, like, look at this performative ass title, bro. This performative ass title. You are listening to AI generated video game music. Please stop. He's doing it because he got a financial interest in it because he doesn't want indie devs to use AI music for their games.
It just doesn't sound real. But then when you go to the comment section, you see people saying like, oh, phenomenal work. I'm rather emotional to see my name in the description. You deserve all the love. Metal and synth. Now that's a match made in heaven. Lyrics being extended. That's a surprise. The sudden singing gave me goosebumps. Like, is this not obviously AI? This is...
Who cares if it is? That's the thing. Like, first of all, it's actually not necessarily obvious AI to people who aren't musically trained, right? It's not necessarily obviously AI. And there are musicians on YouTube that are real musicians that just do this shit. They just make, alternate genre covers of these songs. And so, especially if you're not musically oriented, you're not going to know the difference since there's an influx of both. But even if it is, who cares?
It's very clearly AI, and I feel like a lot of people aren't noticing, which is confusing considering it's very, very easy to tell. Is it AI generation?
I reject this guy's premise that it's easy to tell. He's a musician. By trade, he is trained in this stuff. So it's easy to tell for him, maybe. The idea that it would be easy to tell to your average individual who might have no knowledge of music whatsoever is complete bogus.
I have a process video. Okay, let's go look at
yes, I have Tomahawk. I love that channel.
this process video. How I make my music. Sonic Writer's intro.
Hello everyone. This is Severed Soul, and I'm going to show you how I make my music. I start off usually by making a MIDI, so I'll open Tux Guitar. So Tux Guitar is very similar to Guitar Pro. A lot of musicians will use this instrument.
So he's working on Sonic Speed Riders, which is Sonic Writer's intro.
Now I'm also hoping this video doesn't get a copyright strike just for the Sonic Riders song in the background, but it probably won't.
Notice that. I hope this video doesn't get a copyright strike. That'll be very relevant later.
Why?
Right, so yeah.
Why will that be relevant? Like, dude, people get copyright. Dude, I one time got it wasn't a copyright strike, but it was a copyright claim. This is like 3 years ago. This is a long time. It was around the time I first started YouTube. I did a reaction to the new Magic the Gathering trailer teaser for one of the new sets coming out, and it was like I think it was like a 10-minute trailer. My reaction was over 30 minutes, so it was obviously transformative, right? Obviously transformative. If I took a 10-minute trailer and I reacted to it, made it 30 minutes long, obviously transformative. Days go by, the video didn't do particularly well because people don't give a shit about Magic the Gathering anymore. Fair enough. Then, after several days, I get a copyright claim on the video. And it's for whatever, like, nameless, faceless indie band that thought this commercial was going to be their big break, copyright claiming me because their music is in the trailer. And so I disputed the copyright claim, and they emailed me saying if I don't take the video down or give them all the revenue from the video, which didn't make any sense because the video had like 700 views. It was an absolute flop. Maybe not even 700 views. So it maybe made like 43 cents. So I don't give them all the revenue from it or take the video down, they're going to take me to court. I just emailed them back, do what I dare you. Never heard from them again. Copyright on YouTube is bullshit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty close.
It sounds pretty good. And then I'm guessing he exports this.
After you do that, you export the file as a MIDI. So I've done that, and here's my MIDI. Double click it, it opens onto your DAW of choice. You know, the Logic Pro would be for me. Each individual drum up and down. Ooh, I like this one.
Notice how this sounds like nothing at all like the polished, finished thing.
Yeah, yeah, because first of all, you're a musician. You should know this. Obviously, it doesn't sound like a polished, finished thing. He's still in the production. He's still in the production part, the creation part. Like, I don't care how good a musician you are. I could not care if your raw audio. When you go into the studio, let's say you're playing real instruments. I would know. I've done this because for a long time, your boy was in a band, and I would put on shows, and I would go into the studio, and I would record demos and shit like that. Every time you go into the studio and you record your raw audio, even if it's the best you've ever played, it's still gonna sound kind of until the mixing and mastering part is done. When you got the producer in there doing the mixing and mastering to actually produce it. You say even raw audio gets edited, Zalozy? Cut out the even. There's no need for the word even. Raw audio, period, always gets edited if you're doing it at the professional level, that is.
And you might be like, oh, this is just the demo track, but I'll be explaining later why this is not that.
So yeah, that sounds pretty good.
So he can play the guitar.
I'm going to set up the mic. So I'm just going to do a little verse here, just kind of show you what I'm doing. I'll record a little bit of it.
Like, I don't want to make fun of his music production ability, because that's not the problem here. The problem is what I'm going to describe in a second.
I would save that as a work in progress, and then that's when I would use the AI to change this, and I'll show you the...
So that's the important part.
Why is that important? So far, all you're doing is bitching and moaning that he's using AI. That's all it is.
I will use the AI to change this.
So this is after I've made thumbnail, and it sounds... You can see it definitely changed the drums a little bit.
It changed the drums a little bit. It remade the whole song for you.
So sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really, though. Like, the BPM still sounds the same. I could be wrong, but the BPM still sounds the same. The baseline track sounds the same. It's just got a lot more added. So it didn't, like, completely change it. It added to the existing drum beat, is what it sounds like.
It depends what kind of style you're going for.
Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. If sometimes it doesn't help, why is every single upload an AI upload? Like, let's look.
Dude, are you out your goddamn gourd? Sometimes you get a good producer that knows how to mix and master, and sometimes you don't. Whether it's AI or a human is irrelevant. I've had plenty of producers that come in and, like, professionally mix and master my tracks. They came out sounding like shit. It truly is irrelevant whether it's AI, whether AI works or not, because oftentimes humans don't work.
Look at this one.
What'd you play, Leon? Or were you vocals? I was a bass player. I can play. So I've been in like 11 or 12 bands over the course of my life. I can play all the key instruments in a band. I can play guitar, bass. Bass is my favorite. I mean, nice bass bet there. I've got like 3 guitars. I've got 3 guitars and 1 bass right now. But yeah, bass is my favorite to play. Guitar, bass, drums. I'm not a good vocalist, but I'll do it if I have to. When you're in a punk band, vocals don't really matter. I can play a little bit of banjo, a little bit of mandolin. I can play the clarinet because, you know, I was in like band and shit like that. So, what is that? 7 instruments if you count vocals? So yeah, I can play like 7 instruments if you count vocals.
Just from the level of guitar playing that he showed in that video, he's not awful, but clearly he's not capable of playing something like this. Oh, okay. There's also something that you should note for later. That the counter melody to the sides gets cut off here. It just stops. Also a sign of like AI music. So like, let's look at the comments. The fact that you didn't prompt, hey, sing Live and Learn from Sonic Adventure 2 with a male voice, and actually sang it, tweaked it, and made your own, even if there's assistance from AI, is incredibly impressive. No, it isn't. Let me show you why he doesn't just go and say, let me go do some Live and Learn for me. Okay, so like if you're here in Suno AI, you can't just say make Live and Learn. It doesn't work like that. What you
Okay, good. So what you're saying, if the AI doesn't just automatically do it for you, then you have to put some work in yourself, right? If anything, this is making the case for why these AI covers of stuff is okay, because you still have to do some of the work yourself. You can't just generate an AI version with nothing.
have to do is, if you want to make an upload like this, you go and you click audio, and then you click upload, and then you like upload a song from here, and then it'll base it off of it. So like, let me choose my own, so like I'm not taking from anyone. Let's use like Mad Gear Act 1 strings. So like let's listen to the normal version.
Exactly, it's not different at all in that regard, Generator. I agree.
So like, you have to upload an initial song, and notice how you can only upload up to 1 minute on the free version, right? So let's save that, and then you click cover. You can also click extend if you want, but for his purposes, he would, and for what I'm about to talk about, they all use cover because they're looking to like bait off of the song that you already know. You click cover and you click continue. So now you've uploaded your like.
They're looking to bait off of the song you know. How is that bait? That's why there's an option for cover. Dude, if not for Michael Jackson, nobody would know who Alien Ant Farm is. Why? Because Alien Ant Farm covered Smooth Criminal, and it became a banger hit. It was y'all remember the summer of like 2004, 2005, whatever? You could not turn on a radio station. It didn't matter if it was a rock station. Didn't matter if it was a pop station, a top 40 station. Dude, every station ever was playing like that fucking heavy version of not Billie Jean, Smooth Criminal, right? Did Alien Ant Farm bait you with because it's a Michael Jackson cover, or did they just cover a fucking song?
The song that you want to base off of, and then you go over here and you click cover, and then you have a remix, and then you can choose the style you want. So like, let's do what he did. Let's say like synthwave. He probably put in like metal, rock, guitar, or something, high energy, and then it takes what you gave it, and then it makes like remixes based off of that.
Vagabond for a 5-banger said, dude doesn't realize AI music has created a market where folks want human-made music. He needs to be better capitalist instead of complaining. Okay, first of all, based as fuck. I'll explain why. Let me play you a clip first.
Like, I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations.
But hey, by the way, did you know that I suck dick as a man? I lick the ass of other men. But really quick, I lick the balls of a man.
Shout out, thank you for the 5-banger. Vagabond, you are making the argument that I've been making since the inception of AI art, even when AI art was in its most dog shit phase. Since the beginning of AI-generated art. When you create something like that, as in when you create that technology, you have now created, inadvertently or not, a new market, which is always a good thing. Because now real artists can charge a premium for human-made art. That initially, right, in the past, it was just competition amongst other human-made artists, and it was whoever, get the lowest price or the best value, or can get it done the quickest. Like, hey, you can get it done quick and cheap, but it won't be good. You can get it done quick and good, but it won't be cheap. You can get it done good and cheap, but it won't be quick. Like, shit like that. That's the general market rule. Then once AI got put in perspective, now there's a whole new market. If you care about the fact that it's human-made, you're going to charge a premium. Oh, what? You want some dog shit AI quality stuff? Go make it yourself. It's no different than furniture, right? You can get the cheap, shitty IKEA stuff, or you can pay a premium to get that good, quality, long-lasting, down-home shit the Amish build. No difference at all.
Okay, so at the minute mark, so I want you to notice, I'm going to play it past the minute mark. Notice how the entire track changes and it has nothing to do with what I uploaded, right? Because
yeah, and it took liberties the same way that people that make covers take liberties. Like, Hallelujah is one of the most covered songs in the history of the world. Every single artist takes liberties with Hallelujah to make their own version.
it's just Mad Gear, but it's
to the point to where the Jeff Buckley version is probably the most famous version of all time, even though the Leonard Cohen version is the original. Oh, shit! Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash's version of Hurt by 9 Inch Nails. I mean, almost nobody is in dispute about the fact that Johnny Cash pretty much owns Hurt at this point. May not have been his original song, but damn near everybody agrees that what Johnny Cash did with that song, including Trent Reznor of 9 Inch Nails, by the way, agrees that, like, yup, nope, that's his now, boy.
going to change it to a completely different song after 1 minute. It just turns into gratuitous solos with no aim. It keeps the chord progression, but there's like no melodic information from the original. It doesn't repeat the melody like you'd hear in pretty much all songs ever. It just solos from here on out. I guarantee if I go over to like a minute later in the song, what even is this? And it's going to do the same thing again because it generates U2.
Right, but you literally just said it kept the chord progression. Well, yeah, because the chord progression is the backbone. So if it kept that, then it's actually doing its job correctly.
From there, you get like the expert level guitar playing that is not demonstrated by the people who make the demos. You're probably like, okay, well, you just showed how you could make AI music, but what's the proof that he's doing it? I mean, didn't he?
What is the proof he's doing it? The proof is suck my dick, who cares?
Like, what's the proof that all of his work is just AI? Didn't he just show you that he made something? Well, no, because the reason that he's even making demos in the first place is that with copyrighted music, sooner AI will recognize it, and you can't upload it and make songs of it, because if you go in, if I go in and do what that guy said, and I go
correct. Suno can't use copyright music, but you know what? Covers are copyright protected, which is why he's going in, he's covering the song, and then running his cover through the AI. That's completely legally fine. Covers are protected by fair use. They always have been. Now, a lot of, first of all, you have to give credit. Legally, you have to give credit to the original author, the original writer, the original creator. Like, as part of fair use, you do have to do that. But covers have always been legally protected as part of fair use. Dare I ever have 5 bangers to that Hypno clip? I told him so many times that being gay is my job. He still refused to listen. Yeah, Hypno don't listen. Oh, but nobody. Hypno marches to the beat of his own drum. Yeah. Shout out. Let's thank you for the 5-banger. Let's play another Hypno clip. Well, this one's more is just a full-on bigot clip. This is for you, Dinner Ire. Just bros being bros. Yeah, thanks for the 5-banger, homie.
Or two, and I choose live and learn, and I try to upload it. It'll try it, like it'll upload the clip, and it'll get a sizable way of the way through, and then it'll say this is based on an existing work of art. There you go. Uploaded audio matches existing work of art. Please upload a different audio file. That's the only reason why he makes demos. It's not because like this is some like artistic endeavor that he's going for. The same thing would happen if I tried to upload like some.
You don't know that, mind you. You don't know that at all. You are making that assertion based on your biased hatred of AI. Like, obviously, the dude is a real musician. He showed that he could play guitar. He understands chord progressions. He understands drum beats. He understands BPM. He understands layering. He showed that. So if he does a cover version and then runs his cover version through AI, you can't just jump to the conclusion of the only reason he's doing it is because he can't plug up just the original song to begin. No. You are making that assumption based on your own bias.
Something like City Escape. So what he does is he just sequences just a bit of the song. Like, let's take my sequencing of City Escape. So all he does is he sequences a small demo and then he renders it out. He renders out the MIDI. So since the other version of City Escape didn't work because that was the real City Escape and that got copyright claimed, let's try our sequence version of City Escape, our demo made because we want to make our AI upload. It's gonna upload the clip. There we go, uploaded. Let's make it like chill. Let's take out the 70s. Let's jazz fusion, chill, laid back. So now we have our City Escape remix without actually having to upload City Escape. Like, AI music is really easy to spot, and I don't know how people can't tell.
But you say that people can't tell. He's not even attempting to contend with an argument that maybe people just don't fucking care.
Hear this like weird whooshy whoosh.
That's true, Stanford. This guy doesn't realize that he's giving his viewers a how-to on making music in Suno. That's true, dude.
Noise like in the back. Like, it just sounds like ambient white noise. It's taking all the information from the data set.
Thallow Greenskin, I agree with you 1000%. I've never seen... Not true. I've seen one. Shadiversity. Shadiversity, he's the exception to the rule. But by and large, I agree. I've never seen a pure AI artist be as obnoxious as AI antis. Agreed. I think that, you know what, when today's stream is done, I might make a few of these. It might be fun.
And it's turning it into something coherent-ish, but there are still flaws in it, which is why you can hear that weird whooshy white noise. And you'll see there, it misunderstands what's going on because it doesn't actually have individual instruments. That's a mistake in transcription a human would never make. And it's because it...
He says that's a mistake in transcription humans would never make. Homie, I've seen some dog shit musicians. Mind you, I can't read music. I've been a musician for 18 years or something at this point. I can't read music. I'm entirely self-taught by like ear and stuff. I can still write some pretty catchy shit. So like when it comes to transcribing XYZ and whatnot, like I don't know if I could do it accurately because I can't read music. So I like the idea that no human would ever make this mistake is insanely incorrect.
trying to basically guess based on what you get at what the melody is, and it's going to get it wrong because it's not as good as the human brain is picking out individual parts as we are. Chords are wrong because it doesn't understand the chord progression. If we go past a minute, it's just going to completely change because it has no information about the rest of the song.
Right, and hold on. This is a lion-ass argument. He said if we go past the minute, it's going to completely change because it doesn't know. Yeah, because you're using the free version. The free version caps you at a minute. If somebody is using the paid version of Suno, and they can put in just whatever length song they want, then the AI likely won't have this issue. You're framing this as AI bad because after a minute it fucks up, when after a minute it has nothing to work with because you're using a free version that caps you at a minute.
Yep, just start soloing for no reason. Let's look at the second one. This one also has that like subway train station white noise. And then this one just...
I'm not hearing this subway station white noise he's referring to. Like, I will say that from a recording perspective, it does sound like it was recorded in a room with bad acoustics, and maybe that's what he means. But by the same token, that may have been because of the style he put in there. He put in jazz fusion, chill, laid back. Well, it was very common in the 60s and 70s for a lot of jazz musicians to play in venues or basements or locales that had bad acoustics. They weren't made for actual performing artists. So that could be the AI actually doing its job accurately, in that it is taking into account how music then sounded because of the lack of acoustics that this genre was often played in. And that's assuming that that's what he means by this, like, subway style thing going on.
Interprets the harmony as...
And Dinner Rider is completely correct. If you play that music at a random event, people won't notice.
The melody. Well, I just gave up. Didn't even try that time. Let's look at its post-minute.
Now, it did hit a wrong note there. I'll grant it that. Like, I'll point out where the wrong note is.
Well, I just interprets the harmony as the melody.
It actually should have been a little bit lower. That note should have been like a note or two lower for it to be accurate to the song. But again, real musicians make those sorts of mistakes as well. It's completely normal, justifiable. People do like play shit wrong or use incorrect notes. Again, especially since he says jazz fusion, chill, lay back. So much of jazz and blues is improvisational. As somebody that's done some improv blues work, dude, sometimes you hit notes that you think are going to hit, and they fucking don't. Because you playing on the fly, and like, all right, I'm going to go here, go here. And going here might not actually work. You thought it would in your head because you were in a flow state, and it didn't work. You hit a sour note, and you correct real quick. Again, if the AI making mistakes that also humans make, doesn't bother me at all.
Well, I just gave up. Didn't even try that time. Let's look at its post-minute messing up of the song. That's something it'll do a lot. It'll have like a musical pause, and then it'll let the sax riff for a second. And
a lot of human songs do that as well. Every single one of us, and if you say you haven't heard this in chat, you're a liar. We have all heard songs where at one moment or another, the sound completely cuts out, and then something crazy happens on a single instrument, like right before a solo or right before a bridge or whatnot. That is completely normal in music.
It is a thing that happens in a lot of music. Yes, it's a very common thing. It's because you hear that happen in a normal...
Even he... Wait. Even he just said it's a common thing. Then why is it a fucking problem?
It'll have like a musical pause, and then it'll let the sax riff for a second. That is a thing that happens in a lot of music. Yes, it's a very common thing. Just because you hear that happen in a normal song does not mean it's AI. But AI tends to do it a lot because after a minute, since it has no information and it decides to start soloing because it has nothing else to work with, it'll be like, okay,
Then just use the paid version of Suno where you get more than a minute. Because like by your own logic, it's not even doing something out of the ordinary in regular music. This dude is so blinded by his loathing of AI, he's defeating his own argument in real time. All right, remember when we were reacting to that Andrew Wilson debate like an hour and a half ago? And there was that just crazy loony leftist who couldn't make a coherent argument? This is the same thing.
well, how do we transition into the solo portion from the portion that we have? And its solution will be a sudden stop and then 2 bars of the beginning of a solo. And now it's just not Cityscape anymore. So that...
Yeah, it's not Cityscape anymore because you only gave it a minute of Cityscape.
That's how he makes these like AI remixes. This is not skill. He's not doing anything impressive.
But it is skill because he has to actually, again, understand the music enough to recreate his own cover version first, that he then goes in and edits with AI.
He's not actually making any music. The demo is the only thing that could be described as quote-unquote making music here. But you can see this took less than 20 minutes. Unless he's...
So, dude, Blink-182... I want to show y'all something. It took less than 20 minutes. Let me show y'all something. I just want to take a quick gander. How many views does this get? This song got 91 million views. Blink-182 wrote it in 5 minutes. Maybe it was 10 minutes. The story Blink tells about the song, Damn It, is that all Mark had to do was sit down and write a what if his girlfriend broke up with him idea. They had the song in 10 minutes. Length of time it takes to create your shit is completely irrelevant as to whether or not it's art. What are you talking about, you elitist prick?
Skipped something and I wasn't aware. There was no skill involved here. I can't reasonably believe you aren't using AI to a much larger degree when your channel's pumping out tracks every few days. Yes, exactly. Like, look at his upload frequency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 songs in a day. And I don't believe that he's like stockpiling these and releasing them all at once, because go back 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 uploads. Go back a couple more days of remixes of the entirety of...
Yes. Duh. For algorithmic purposes. Odds are, if you're a fan of a video game, Zelda, Persona, Final Fantasy, whatever, and you're in the mood to listen to music from those games, odds are you don't want to just hear one fucking 3-minute track. You are likely going to put on a playlist that plays through all the songs from the game. So what this guy is doing AI versions of all the original songs, but in the new, fusion, synthwave, whatever genre. That way people just go from one song to another as if they're listening to the playlist of the originals, but within this genre twist. Like this... Duh, he would do this. If I am listening to video game music to edit to, which I frequently do, I don't want to stop editing every 3 minutes to click on the next song I want to hear. I'm just going to put on a compilation of Super Mario World themes and let them all play while I edit.
Sonic 3? There's no way. Let's see if the songs change after a minute here.
So long as you've been for 8 months, this whole thing made me sign up to Suno and instantly based. Because of this comment, I'm clipping this into a video. I'm tagging this dude, and we'll see if he gets this far. Cause congratulations, Mr. Nuke Ledge. Congratulations. One of my members has been a member for 8 months now, has signed up for Suno, and he is now going to be doing this specifically because your elitist, prickish attitude against people doing something that is completely normal, fine, and justifiable. Hope you're happy. You played yourself.
What even is this? And now it's just not Oil Ocean anymore. So, like, sorry, what even is the background here?
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Matt, I'm clipping this entire reaction. That will be seen as well.
Like, AI art was probably just a given at this point. Even the logo, like, look at how weird this N is. It's very obviously AI art, but I feel like everybody knew that. Like, what is going on in here? Oh, look at this output. There's no way all of this isn't just pure AI generated.
All this does is serve to show how badass and banger tracks that Sonic games have. Because you got people that are willing to just like by the way, I'll get that point in a second. Because people are out here remixing entire ass games to make this shit, right? Because they love it that much. They are so passionate for the music of Sonic the Hedgehog that they are willing to make all of these covers, these AI versions and whatnot, to give different genre twists on music they love. But like, something I didn't notice until just now. Because he's talking about, oh, the quality of this is so bad. Maybe this dude's just not very good at it, right? Maybe the AI guy's not very good at it. Like, 865 views, 411 views, 473 views. Now let me show y'all something. Alright, let's do Zelda Wind Waker City Pop. This is another one I listen to pretty often. 24,000 views. 1,000 views. And there's another Zelda Ocarina of Time City Pop one. Banger. They only got not even 5,000 subs, but let's see what the views are like on some of these. Alright, this one has 818 views. Some of those probably be mine. Alright, maybe this one's not. Maybe this is a bad example. This one doesn't look like this one's got particularly. Yeah, 327 views. Alright, so maybe this was a bad example, actually. Maybe this one was a bad example. But several of these others. Yeah, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask City Pop, 11,000 views. Majora's Mask Nostalgic Beats for 3 days of fun, 69,000 views. Alright, so let's move to a different, let's not stuck on Zelda. Let's do, let's do another one. Let's do Sonic R Synthwave. This is one I listen to all the time. Yeah, right here. I think it's this one. And actually, it's the same guy. It's that Severed Soul guy. 17,000 views when it's a full album as opposed to individual songs. Like, yeah, 14,000 views. Free Synthwave cover. Again, all this does to me is speak to the passion that these people have for these franchises. Metroid Brinstar theme? Alright, yeah. Whoops, nope, not that. Metroid Brinstar. That's just, again, City Pop. That's a common one. City Pop and Synthwave are really common. Super Metroid, yeah. Brinstar, Red Soil, Swamp Area. So this has got 831 views. It's not quite 3 minutes long. But let's see if there's let's just do Metroid City Pop and see if there's a compilation. That'll probably have a lot more. And maybe, well, I don't know. I don't know how common the music of Metroid is. Here we got City Pop meets Mario Kart. 33,000 views. Final Fantasy VI Synth Pop. 88,000. Mega Man 8 City Pop. 10 days ago. Almost 3,000. Super Mario World. 13,000. People don't care. They like it. They want this. Giving the people what they want.
garbage. He made another Sonic 1 synthwave album and another Sonic 3 synthwave album and another Sonic 1 synthwave album and Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. There's no way he did all 5 of these within a month. That's why you know he's just putting in like music and then letting it generate whatever it wants.
But again, clearly he is doing his cover version first, which, like you said, might only take 20 minutes. If you spend a whole day doing, again, 10 tracks at 20 minutes a track, then running it through the pseudo, making all the images for your thumbnails and for the visuals during the video and whatnot, that's still a long time. Dude, this is probably a several day or at least many hour process.
Let's do Wendy and Ripley. What? Wait, what was that? Okay, so just straight up wrong note.
No, hold on. No, I'm very familiar with Wendy and Ripley. That was not a wrong note. Wendy and Ripley, the Emerald Coast theme is amongst one of my favorite, because, mind you guys, I'm the expert now. Here's the dealio, I'm the expert, because y'all know I say this all the time. This particular video game, this specific video game, Sonic Adventure, is my favorite video game of all time. So I am quite familiar with the Emerald Coast theme. And let me tell you, that was not a wrong note.
Get it. I guess it didn't understand how to interpret the pinch harmonic, and it just became that. So great job. It does it again.
All right, now that one was a wrong note. That was a wrong note. But again, nobody is going to notice that if you're just listening to this track passively.
Another one. Wait, this is... What? How did people fall for this? Like, let's go back to the comments. I could explain exactly why and how I'm able to create so many tracks so fast. Long story short, I made a lot of them a good while ago, so I have another channel. I feel like you made up your mind on what I do, so I'm not going to spend ages arguing with you, but the evidence is there if you want to search for it. Just lying, by the way. We can reasonably prove these are AI.
Wait. He didn't say it wasn't AI, so he's not... You can't say he's lying. He just said he had another channel. Why don't you look at his other channel, see if he had all these tracks like he said he did. Hold on. This absolute asshole just accused... I could explain exactly why and how I'm able to create so many tracks so fast, which, by the way, he showed in the video how he was able to do it. Long story short, I made a lot of them a good while ago, as I have another channel. So if you want to claim he's lying, go to his other channel. It's probably linked. Actually, why don't we do that right now? Let's see if Severed Soul has both his channels linked. Severed Soul. What were the numbers? Severed Soul -44. Alright. Severed Soul 44. Let's see. Where would... Endless posts... Usually they've got like a linked channels section. Come on, man. Don't even scroll through all this, though. That'd be annoying as fuck. Yeah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. What do you... Stop. There we go. Is the visual user of Severed Soul enjoy this use of hybrid, my original covers, and pseudo AI elements? What do you mean he's lying? In the description, it says the channel uses a hybrid of my original covers and pseudo AI elements. This fucking dude, this nuclear whatever, called him a liar when in the description he openly says it's AI. What are you... How is he lying then? For any wondering, this channel is where I make my DBZ music for 6 years. Live videos I use, upload weekly here. All right, let's check this one out. DBZ remixes. If he's been doing it for 6 years, he likely wasn't using AI and whatnot. Let's go oldest. And let's just... I mean, I really hope I don't get copyright for this, but... all right, 6 years ago, we'll do... I want one that everyone's going to recognize if you're a Dragon Ball fan. Do they like maybe Gohan Angers or... Here you go. Yeah, Perfect Cell theme, the Falcon Recover, because this is a very famous one. Actually, Super Saiyan Gohan, just because I really like that one. Yeah, we'll do Super Saiyan Gohan too. Anyway, 6 years ago. So we know for sure there probably was not AI in this. Yeah, I won't lie. It sounds like the mixing and mastering ain't particularly great. It seems pretty poorly mixed and mastered. This was also 6 years ago. Let's check out his newest shit. So let's videos by latest. 2 months ago. Let's check this. Tramo remix Bardock theme. Oh, hold on. We ready to go into some shit. Yeah. Again, this was so easy to find. It took a couple of clicks. All I did was I went to his account and went to posts. 3 days ago. For anyone wondering, this channel's where I make my DBZ music. Massive shout out to the 8-bit drummer for playing my Dr. Robotnik theme. Like, we just disproved this asshole in real time who came up with this entire false, fake narrative simply because he got a hate boner for AI.
I'm not gonna spend ages arguing with you, but the evidence is there if you want to search for it. Just lying, by the way. We can reasonably prove these are AI. Even if he has other songs on another channel, these are clearly AI. You spend all this time working on a song and then feed it to AI at the end because I'm bad at mixing and mastering. What?
By the way, so am I. Guys, I can write some pretty, in my opinion, groovy shit. Some pretty groovy shit. There's a reason I was in so many bands and whatnot. I could write some pretty groovy shit. I was never good at production. I was never good at the production side. I wanted to be. I wanted to be good at mixing. I wasn't. I always had to pay people, professional producers and whatnot, to do some mixing and mastering. It is not unbelievable at all. This guy can say he's bad at mixing and mastering.
Mixing and mastering has nothing to do with AI. It remakes the entire song. I'm all self-taught, but that's a hard thing to learn even with a music degree. Okay, well, first of all, a music degree has nothing to do with music production unless you specifically go for music production, and even then...
Yes, and that is obviously what he meant. Self-taught, that's hard to learn even with a music degree. Correct. Because even with a music degree, which is oftentimes about things like music theory and whatnot, it doesn't teach you music production, because that's its own separate degree. What he's saying here is completely correct.
They're pretty unrelated. Most musicians are self-taught. There's a reason why music degrees are not sought out, because you get them and you do nothing, because people who make music who are better than you don't have to have a degree. It's not a degree-gated job, and I don't know why people keep using this as an argument.
Well, no, okay, in academia, it is a degree gated job. Like, you're not going to be able to go in and, like, get a job as a music teacher or whatnot, for example, unless you have a degree by and large.
Like, as if music isn't democratized. Like, there's a cabal that says you can't make music unless you have a degree.
Whoa, okay, let's roll this back.
As if music isn't democratized.
Yeah, that's the fucking point, dude. Music is democratized. You're trying to remove the democratization of it by putting this dude on blast because he filters his songs through AI. Like, you are actually gatekeeping and removing the democratization through your elitist mentality.
Like, there's a cabal that says you can't make music unless you have a degree or some sort of experience already. Most people start music when they're pretty young. They don't have some sort of insane, like, royalty level gifted entitlement that gives them the ability to make music that other people...
You are literally speaking on this with that level of entitlement. This whole 15-minute video has been, or it's a 25-minute video that we're 15 minutes into. This whole video has been, I'm better than you because I don't use AI. You're a fake musician, scum. What about the genocide in Palestine?
People don't have. Can I please ask what AI you use? Hiya, thank you for watching. I prefer not to say which, as I know if I do, everyone's gonna copy me and do the exact same thing. Yeah, because you're not doing anything.
And then guess what? He does say which. Once Suno gained popularity, yeah, it's in his description. It is completely normal for someone in the YouTube space, a competitive algorithmic space where many people who do this want to do it for a living. Yeah, you are in competition with everybody else. Why would you give your tricks away to your competition?
You're not making any music. Of course you don't want to tell other people what you do.
Really now? Let's just check that sentiment. A vocal or instrumental sound, or both, combined in such a way to produce the beauty, form, harmony, and expression of emotion. Sounds to me like he's making music by definition. By definition, what's coming out is music.
You don't want people to fill your niche in and get the money that you get.
Correct! Correct! He doesn't want people, which is, other musicians don't want that either, by the way. Other musicians are in competition with other, if you and several other bands all exist in the same city, and you're all playing the same bar circuit and shit, and there's like gonna be talent scouts or whatnot that are coming to the bar, yeah, those other bands are your fucking competition. You want the talent scout to find you and sign you to the massive record deal, and not, you know, Joel Blow's big band down the fucking road. Duh! He's doing the same thing that the stage musicians do. You fucking prick.
Let's see, what popular, how much, 365,000 views? That's what, at least a few $100s.
Yeah, dude, Matt Sam, homeboy is absolutely pocket watching here, which is why it is important to call out his hypocrisy. Right here on his channel, I'll say it again. Indie game composer. He's upsetting spaghetti because people, indie devs, oftentimes low on fundage, might switch to doing this instead of hiring his broke ass.
You made a few $100s doing absolutely nothing. Now people can't say this is AI anymore. GG there, amazing work. What? You see why I changed my name to Severed Soul making this channel? No, I don't. To me, it seems like you're just trying to evade YouTube's requirements on properly tagging AI-generated content. Oh, does he not tag it does he not tag the AI-generated stuff? Yeah, no AI tag. So, just lying to people for money.
Again, he's not lying, it's in his description, but hold on. What is the criteria required to click the AI tab on YouTube? Such as controversial S tool or the no. Power search, generative tools. On uploads. Let's hit uploads. Alright, you are required to check the AI altered content box on YouTube during upload process if your content includes realistic altered synthetic media that could easily be mistaken for a real person, place, or event. The core criteria for clicking less on the AI tab are realistic alteration of real people, using AI to make a real person appear. Alright. Altered footage of real events, synthetic realistic scenes. He doesn't need to. He's not doing any of that with his AI music. He is firmly within the guidelines of YouTube not clicking that because he is not doing any of this. Synthetic realistic scenes. Generating a realistic scene that did not actually happen, depending on his fake altered footage of real events, places, alteration of real people. He is not doing any of that. He does not need to click the AI tab. I use AI in some way, shape, or form for all my thumbnails. All my thumbnails. It is usually, I use AI like for upscaling. Like if I want to put an image of, let's say, I used Andrew Wilson today, right? I used an image of Andrew Wilson. Now the image of Andrew Wilson I had was like 400 by 400 pixels. You know, it was a square. Now YouTube's thumbnail requirements are 1280 by 720. So if I was just to copy that image in and then make it bigger so that it fits the size of the thumbnail, it obviously, due to the low pixel count, will look blurry and gross. So I took that image of Andrew Wilson and I filtered it through AI to upscale it so that I could use it on the thumbnail and it not look like dog shit. Guess what I don't do? I don't click AI for my uploads because it doesn't meet the goddamn requirements. What does not require an AI tag? Clearly unrealistic content. Production assistance. Which is exactly what his Sonic AI covers are. Production assistance. Minor adjustments, beauty filters, color correction, special visual, but even so, this is the one. Using AI for brainstorming, writing scripts, generating ideas, or creating automatic captions, well, the production assistance done by clearly him putting in the original work on the cover versions, this is completely justifiable. And even if you could say it's not, it still doesn't meet the requirements for these. He doesn't have to click the AI tab. Once again, a simple fucking Google search proved that this nuclear folk is a lying asshole.
I saw this one today. This is one that like people are talking about how it's really good, and I don't understand how people can't tell
Whether it's fake or not is irrelevant, Elder Crawler. That is not the argument here.
AI.
Also, I'm gonna be real. I completely disavow that whole the feel of music comes from your heart bullshit. I think that's retarded. That is subjective. It's immeasurable. There's no way to give it any sort of corporeal existence in our physical realm of reality. Like, people say shit like that all the time. Oh, AI art will never create the soul that's made by real people. Fuck that. Every single MCU movie is made by real people. It's still assembly line slop. It may as well be AI. So the idea of like something, having like the soul to it that you can just feel, I do get that in terms of an emotional metric, right? I get the emotional aspect of it. But it's completely irrelevant to me since A, it can't be measured, and B, humans create soulless shit all the time. I absolutely have seen thanks for the subject, the Just. I've absolutely seen AI created videos or music or whatever that I find so much more interesting and engaging and make me question things and think about things than anything that Disney's put out.
So something that AI likes to do when it makes these quote-unquote remixes is that it like extends the original riff or whatever the original melodic phrase is at the beginning and makes it this like modern muted guitar, like something that you would hear on like some sort of lo-fi channel. I don't dislike that production style. The problem is that AI just loves to spam it over and over again. And so when...
Maybe AI spams it because there's a demand for it. Like, homie is just upset that people are getting what they want. There's clearly a demand for that.
It sounds exactly like this. It's very easy to tell it's AI. Let's listen to After a Minute. Is it still Skyscraper Scamper After a Minute? No. Okay. I went for a 1920s noir vibe. You didn't do anything. Again, another one of those channels that just uploads all the time. So this is just Suno not understanding the original melody, and so it just does whatever it wants, and then...
Again, likely because the individual doing this is using the free version as opposed to the paid version where you would upload the whole thing. Like, that's a financial limitation of people being cheap, not a limitation of the AI.
And you can cover it up by saying it's, like, artistic vision or something.
You love to see it, Butter. Nice.
Nope, just...
How is it different than getting the same song or tune produced by large production houses? Most modern music sucks because... Bingo, bango, bongo, dinner ire. Exactly. Exactly. The modern music industry is all done by committee. It's all, in fact, it's all done. One of the main reasons music sucks now is because it is written and mixed and mastered and fashioned in a way for TikTok. You can have a viral, massive, successful hit song if some TikTok users dance to it and it goes viral. Drake algorithmically crafted. You know that Hotline Bling song? Maybe it wasn't Hotline Bling. It was one of them. I think it was Hotline Bling. Was algorithmically crafted specifically for TikTok. So yeah, I don't want to hear shit about the soullessness of AI when you've got the assembly line music industry making music to have little like 60-second hooks algorithmically manufactured to go viral so that the song sells. These guys are mad because the common consumer now has access to their domain. Fucking exactly.
Fluidly soloing again. Okay, let's listen to Rooftop Run. What? What? Okay, there's AI mixing up the counter melody and the actual melody. Again, mixing up the melody. A human would not confuse the guitar and the violin sections.
Yeah, but a human might do that to make their version their own, to make their version unique. Dude, there's been... Alright, let's take the song, Your Love Is My Drug by Kesha, right? We used to do a punk rock cover of that. Guess what? I played the keyboard section on the fucking guitar. There was no confusion. I played that section on the guitar because I wanted the punk rock sound.
And not be able to tell which one is the melody. Is it still Rooftop Run after a minute? No.
Yo, bullshit, you lying. Yes, that was still Rooftop Run. That was absolutely still Rooftop Run.
So, like, I don't understand. Like, lying to people about these remixes.
Yes, yeah, it can be done on purpose, so he's reaching. Yes, I know it can be done, because anytime I do a cover of a song that's, like, out of genre, I've always done something to twist it up to make it my own. 100%. Like, doesn't matter if it's the easiest song in the world. Like Green Day, When I Come Around. That's a super easy song to cover. Everybody knows it. It's a good crowd pleaser to open a show with if you want to throw in. Or maybe like midway through a show to get them reinvested if you've been playing a lot of original music or whatever. You throw Green Day in there, and you're gonna change some shit so that you're not just playing the fucking Green Day version.
And you don't even want to buy a subscription to make it like sound more believable. Let's try Warehouse Battle.
Okay, no, it wouldn't matter if he bought a subscription because you'd still be throwing a bitch fit that he's using AI to begin with. Don't try and take this moral high ground like, well, if he'd have bought a subscription, I wouldn't even be making this video. Bullshit, because you got such a hate boner for anything AI that you'd still be saying the same thing. That philosophical, logical, and emotional virtue signaling and inconsistency won't fly here, dude.
I really want to see what it comes up with.
So, you say try to replicate Deep Purple's Child in Time and show me another music piece that will compare to this. They're unique, timeless art takes. I completely disagree. Like, I do not consider Child in Time to be unique and timeless, a unique, timeless art take. First of all, most people don't even know that song. People know Deep Purple for Smoke on the Water. They might know, if you want, they might know Space Truckin'. They might know My Woman from Tokyo. Most people only fucking know Smoke on the Water. And even then, hot take, Deep Purple not that great a band. They weren't. Like, because I'm a classic rock aficionado, bro. I love classic rock, classic metal. I mean, that's where I got my start musically. Like, I went into, well, actually, punk is where I got my start and whatnot, but that's neither here or there. Deep Purple not that great. You say most people are ignorant, fair enough, but you say that it's unique, timeless art. It can't be unique and timeless. Like, if it's timeless, people know about it regardless of time. But if people don't know about it, it's not really timeless. Like, my favorite musician of all time is Billy Idol. Billy Idol, my favorite musician. I'll wager a bet most people don't know Dead Next Door. Or most people don't know Come On, Come On. Most people don't know any of his newer stuff because he hasn't really been relevant since the mid-2000s, if we're being generous, but really like the 90s. So, like, just because it is song I like doesn't mean it is timeless or artistic or brilliant or whatnot. Deep Purple is just the same as most other artists, including my favorite Billy Idol. Commercially successful band that releases commercially successful songs. Because it's still a product. It's not just art. And music is no different than anything else. Sal the hamster. Hold on a sec. Now, I don't know that Generation X is better, but I am a fan. I got this, and I got Valley of the Dolls hanging up on my wall over there. Like, I got a whole collection of Billy Idol records hanging up on my wall. I got both self-titled and Valley of the Dolls hanging up on my wall. I do love me some Generation X. Point is, music and movies and video games, that can all be art. I'm not disputing that any of that's art. What I am saying is that it is also a commercial product. By your logic, a book like Lord of the Rings can be endlessly replicated. Books like The Lord of the Rings can be endlessly replicated. Lord of the Rings can't be endlessly replicated, but books like it can. The Dresden Files books, the Harry Potter books, the Game of Thrones books, the original basis for Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, those are all endless replications of things that were at least heavily inspired in one way or another by the writings of Tolkien. So, yeah, aspects of it have been endlessly replicated, some to great success, some to no success whatsoever. Now, The Lord of the Rings can't be endlessly replicated, but aspects and influences and whatnot from it 100% can.
Yep, after a minute, just not the Werehog battle theme at all. He didn't make it. So, are you planning to remix the vocal songs, or you only stick to the melodic ones? Probably the melodic ones, though I might make a session for one. Why only the melodic?
You'll argue that the books I mentioned are the same. I mean, you can make that argument, but that would be a completely separate argument to what we're referring to here. Like, because the argument that they're not of the same quality, we would actually have to get into a discussion of what the quality of Lord of the Rings is, why, for example, Harry Potter would be of different quality, why World of Warcraft would be of different quality, not World of Warcraft, Dungeons and Dragons would be of different quality. Then we would have to come to a conclusion on what the objective quality is. Then we have to come to the debate of what makes them lesser. That is all irrelevant to what I'm talking about. Every bit of it. And even Tolkien drew inspiration from real life events. Indeed, exactly, Dinner Ryer. Yeah, 100%.
Ones, because if you want to provide lyrics, you have to sing. And he doesn't want to sing to make the demo that he uploads to the thing because he'll get copyright claimed. So he just says, oh, I'm just going to I'll just do the ones that have no lyrics so I don't have to sing.
Hey, War Wizard for a two-banger says, shout out Dresden Files. Yeah, man, we're talking about Dresden Files a lot on Zach's show last night. I've only read up to the 12th book. I've only read up through Changes. I know there's like 6 more that I'm behind on, but like Dresden Files is my favorite series for years. Yeah, Harry Potter has elements of Star Wars in it, correct. Hey, thanks for the two-banger, War Wizard.
Amazing. What is the point of this? There's a lot more AI remixes like this, and they're really popular. Like, yeah, Escape from the City, City Pop soundtrack. Yeah, this is AI too.
Dude, it's ruining the bop. I was about to get my lip sync on.
Like, the disappointing part is that these people make super cool album covers. I don't see any AI use here. This album cover is really cool. If
you don't see any AI use doesn't mean whether there is or isn't. Again, whether there is or isn't is irrelevant. What does it matter? Like, first of all, this image right here is just, it is one of the symbol, like one of the artistic not renderings, one of the art images from the game. Right? All I did was they Google searched this image, they pulled it, they cut out the background, assuming there was one, then they lowered, it looks like they raised the contrast, changed like the hue and the saturation. So yeah, they edited this art. And then this is a shot from the actual level. So they probably just pulled a PNG from the level, put it there, pulled a PNG of the RCR to put it in the logo. Like, this could all be 100% authentic. Could be AI. Don't know. It doesn't matter. Even if it's not AI, all he did was take a bunch of everybody else's work and throw it together in one image. I don't agree. History proves there are different levels of quality and there are art pieces that are more timeless. Just because something is more timeless does not mean it's of higher quality. Timelessness and quality are completely like they can be related, but they are not inherently related whatsoever. Like there is no inherent correlation between timelessness and quality. Things of dog shit quality can be timeless. I don't even know, like, objectively speaking, The Evil Dead, the first Evil Dead movie by Sam Raimi, objectively speaking, that is a technical bad film. It's got odd camera movement. It does not have. It's got bad stunt work. Its script is bare bones at best. The acting is subpar from everyone because none of them were trained actors. By all metrics, The Evil Dead is not a technically good movie, but it is a timeless movie. All right, not quality, but yeah. Now, cultural relevance, I completely agree, is tied to timelessness. But you can only measure cultural relevance if XYZ thing is culturally relevant all these years later. Harry Potter been around for like 30 years at this point, and it's still culturally relevant. I imagine when Harry Potter been around for 100 years, just like Lord of the Rings, it will still be culturally relevant.
This person had their job as like making the covers for these. I would legitimately support them, and I would commission them.
Wait, you would commission them? All they're doing is pulling PNGs from other people's existing art. By your own logic with the AI, this should also be wrong.
Them because these are really cool. So why ruin it with this like really dumb AI music thing? Each track begins with AI generated samples. Some talent surprisingly cool, others not so much. We treat these samples as starting points, then carefully edit, remix, and arrange them in FL Studio, laying different elements together. No, you don't. Nothing in this has been custom made in FL Studio because you can just generate the full track using Suno, and that's what happens.
No, you can't. You proved earlier you can't generate the full track. This dude's just a straight up liar.
They generate the full track with Suno, and they just upload it onto YouTube. There's no editing here. I would be very impressed if I see an FL Studio project. Like, this also happens with Dragon Ball. Like, Dragon Ball Budokai 2. I don't even... So, originally,
pull that up, because I actually listen to that one frequently as well. That exact video that he just flashed on the screen.
Like, Dragon Ball Budokai 2. I don't even...
I specifically listen to this exact video whenever I want to bop.
So originally I like stopped filming after that Dragon Ball part. I just noticed something when you go here to this Escape from the City Pop, whatever, and then go to the Sonic 1 City Pop. You'll notice these are two different channels, right? Heavy Machine Gun, Iridium Singles, but the description is the same. This music is delivered to you thanks to the reimagination of AI, which generate samples, some correct and others not. Each track begins with AI-generated samples, some turn out surprisingly cool, others not so much.
Okay, so maybe it's the same deal with multiple channel, or who cares? Like, yeah, why does that matter?
Why are these the same? No AI is involved in the art. No AI is involved in the process, and it's talking about the art. Just hands-on editing, curation, and design. So not only is this description generated by AI, and not only is the music generated by AI, but this is some like content farming. Like if you look, these videos are formatted exactly the same. Even the album cover cuts off at the same point with the disc to the side. And
yeah, duh. These started popping. We all know this. Why is he acting like this is some huge surprise? Anybody that listens and watches these, like I do on a regular basis, knows this. But it doesn't matter because it gets us what we want. I'll argue that Harry Potter still holds a certain level of cultural relevance and stands out compared to 100 different novels published at the same time. Still, Harry Potter stood out for some reason. I'll argue that Harry Potter still holds a certain level of cultural relevance and it stands out. So wait, what's your argument then? Still holds a certain level of cultural relevance, stands out compared to 100 different novels published at the same time. Still, Harry Potter stood out for... Right. So the question, yeah, I don't get what your argument is. I mean, I agree with that sentiment. But I don't know what your point is by with that statement.
Rotates with a blurred out image of something else in the background. We're artists first. No, you aren't. We know what it's like to spend hours crafting something from scratch. Okay, what's your first video? Your first video was AI garbage. Who is we, by the way? Like, they always talk about this we, and we do this, we do that. There's no we. This is one.
You don't know that there's no we. Maybe this is a team of 3 people. Maybe you got one person doing the art. Maybe you got one person doing all the algorithm backend stuff. And maybe you got someone doing the basis that leads the AI music. You don't know this.
One person who is making, like, running all of this through Suno. There are no other.
My argument is that there are some art pieces. I never disputed that. I don't know what. I never disputed the idea that there are some art pieces that stand out compared to other creations at the same time. That was never under dispute. What causes it is that is a good question, but the answer isn't inherently quality. And it's like the answer isn't inherently quality. So many things can cause it. Marketing. Things can be like marketed brilliantly and make a bunch of money and everyone resonate with it because of the marketing, not necessarily because of the quality. Like again, you could socially engineer people to accept XYZ thing and to enjoy XYZ thing.
People. The logos are the same. There's a banner background and then a logo in the center. The people, if you listen to this, you are being actively rinsed for views. Just going.
Actively rinsed for views. The fuck does that even mean? It's not like you giving them a view costs you anything. You're being rinsed for... Dude, people want to hear a fucking city pop version of Final Fantasy. How are you being rinsed for views? This dude is so salty that this shit is getting more views than him.
Back and forth, like swapping spit between all these AI content farm channels. Like, let's look up more. Sonic OST cover. Sonic and City Pop. This is just the same channel again. If one of them isn't working out, just make a ton more. What's your oldest video? 8 months? Like, notice how all of these are only made after Suno AI became popular. Do you have...
Oh no, they use a tool that has become popular. And by using that tool, they have now been able to make a successful channel off of it. What a bad thing. What? The big difference is how the certain art pieces resonate with the audience. Again, that's not a counter to my point. Certain art pieces, yeah, duh. Again, that's not in dispute. My entire point, which is what, okay, that was my point. You can't measure it, therefore I find it to be an invalid argument, because if something can't be measured, then it's just my feelings versus your feelings. And I don't give a shit about arguments that are my feelings versus your feelings, because there's no objective way to be right or wrong. So when you say things like AI will never match the art that a human can make because of the soul and the emotion that comes from it, I reject that premise because there's no way to prove it one way or the other. It's just a useless platitude.
Have any more channels to link? One sold. Who is buying these? Dope tunes, thank AI. I agree with keeping AI out of creative endeavors. No, you don't. What? I told my partner that waking up to find you having posted a new video feels like waking up on Christmas morning. And to clarify the AI disclaimer, the human involved is still the one arranging the pieces and actions generated for the music. No, they aren't. I see this as a person using AI as a tool to simplify the remixing process.
And that's exactly what it is. This is someone using AI as a tool, which is the entire point of AI.
Okay, first of all, you don't have to simplify the remixing process. That's not a thing. It's a creative endeavor.
Listen to this snob. You don't have to simplify.
You don't have to simplify the remixing process.
Yeah, actually, you can, and you do. We have had, okay, any computer-based audio software definitely simplified the remixing process when back in the day you'd have to use like tape recorders and manually cut where you want the songs remixed by recording and then stopping, then putting them together. Like, we have constantly been making all music production easier and easier as time has gone on. That's why music has become democratized, by the way, which you said earlier. It wasn't always. Used to, you had to be very, very, very lucky to get a record deal and become a global sensation and be Led Zeppelin or what the fuck ever. Nowadays, you still have to be very, very, very lucky, but because of the advent of the internet and modern technology, it has gotten easier. It's definitely gotten easier and more democratized. So yeah, we've always been simplifying the process. This guy talking the superiority, dude, major superiority complex. Amelia has proved that AI-generated stuff can resonate with humans more than a human creation. I'm not saying that AI is not a valid creation tool. Then what is your argument? Because you initiated this by saying that it will never, that AI won't replace the human soul in music. And I rejected that premise. And then you're saying here that Amelia has proved that AI-generated stuff can resonate with humans more than any other human creation. I'm not saying AI is not a valid creation tool. Then what point are you making?
That's not a thing. It's a creative endeavor. You do it because it's fun and you want to work your brain to figure out how to do things in creative ways and
Oh, shut the fuck up. No, people do it because it makes money. And they always have. That's what the record industry is. You think that Barry Gordy was just, giving people $100 for the fucking rights to their songs out of the goodness of his heart? No, he was scamming those little black soul singers so that he could make money, son. Fuck out of here with your self-righteous art is to be an expression. Art is about your expression, and you should toil away and be a starving artist your entire life, because that's the only true and valid way to actually maintain any emotional, philosophical integrity within your art. Shut the fuck up!
imagine a song in a different style. There's no such thing as simplifying the remixing process if you're actually creatively interested in making music. Oh, another one of these channels, Koopa Keys. And it's the same style as the other one. It's the album cover and then a disc. Is the description the same? Each piece is then carefully mixed, mastered, and refined by hand. I'm like 90% sure this is just another... Let's see, what's their banner? February 3rd, 2025. Okay, well, this is also written by AI. AI things... Another one, E-Tank. Is there one for every... Is there one for every... Every track begins with AI-generated snippets.
Probably,
some gems, some
yeah.
not so much. What? E-Tank. And you have the same banner type. Is there another one? Nintendo Dreams. As for me, yes, I do make music the traditional way. This project blends my lifelong support of games with the support of AI tools. This isn't about pretending it's something it's not. I'm not claiming it should be considered art by everyone, nor that I have full artistic environment of the process. It's about breathing new life into the soundtrack of my childhood. Until better...
Yeah, have a comeback for that. Go ahead, try and have a comeback for that, you snarky asshole.
Ethical standards established, targeting small artists for experimenting in good faith won't solve the larger issues. You're not experimenting in good faith. You say yourself.
Yeah, yes, using an existing tool on the market to do something you couldn't do before is absolutely experimenting in good faith. I'm not against AI, I believe. I'm not against AI. Shit. I'm not against AI. I believe that AI can be a perfect assistance for human creation. Amelia has tons of heart because it has your resonant human feelings. I'm not arguing with you, my guy. Well, hold on. But if you're not arguing, which is fine. If you're not arguing, that's fine. But then what was the point? And I'm actually asking. So this sounds argumentative. It's because this video got me riled up. But I'm truly... What was the point of your sentiment earlier? When you did, in fact, type that it will never be able to replicate or capture the emotion and soul when we're talking about music. Because you did say that, which is why we've started this dialogue, was I called out that by saying I disagree with it. So, like, if you're not arguing or whatnot, and if you actually agree with my take on AI being used as a tool, then I just don't understand why that sentiment was even posited, especially since it seems like you're going against it now, which is fine, and maybe you misspoke earlier, but it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't logically follow.
You're making a living. You're taking money by...
I need to be connected with human sentiment, and it cannot replace it. It needs to be connected with human sentiment and cannot replace it. Right. I agree with that. And that's the problem. Earlier, you said never. I don't know if the chat goes back that far. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, the chat will go back that far. Hold on. Let's see if I can find your post. All right, not that one, not that one. I can be best better than I can turn his skills. Make her a slave. All right, so it was after that. House of the Rising Sun. It was after that. Core progression, the easy slash. Okay, yeah, after that. Set formulas. How to break up these formulas. It was after that. When we break it, we can start a true musician. It was after that. Jazz improvisation. It was after that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, then it'll be a true improviser. All based on formulas. Great. The original ideas of formulas in the AI will never be able. All right. So all based on formulas, and it's great. I agree. Original ideas within these formulas is something AI will never be able to produce. Well, even nowadays, even humans really can't do that. But that wasn't the one that I was commenting on. Major scale, minor scale, harmony, Japanese. All right. I think I'm getting close because I remember reading those. Here we go. It doesn't teach you the feel of music. You can learn theory of music, but the feel of music must come from your heart. Right. So what you said. That's what you said. It doesn't teach you the feel of music. You can learn theory of music, but the feel of music must come from your heart. So what do you mean by that? You need to expound on what you mean by that.
Using other people's work, you're not making anything. You didn't make any of these songs. You simply took a soundtrack you liked and then pumped it into a generator for money. And
notice how they always say that it's for money, right? These fucking pocket watchers always say that, oh, it's for money. Homie, now I'm pretty blessed that I can do YouTube full time right now, whatnot, right? But I was not doing YouTube full time for the first 2.5 years that I was on this goddamn platform. Almost 3 years I was on this platform, all right? I was doing it, hopefully with the idea of going full time, and it was nice to make a little money on the side. But when I started this shit, and I was putting out, and for the first 6 months when I wasn't monetized, it was putting out video after video, bro, I was doing it for the love of the game. I just wanted to put my shit out there, my voice out there, my thoughts and opinions, and hopefully someone would listen. And now we got almost 10,000 people that listen. Shout out, get us to 10,000 subs, by the way, it'd be awesome. We're like 800 away. But yeah, like, the idea that it's like, oh, it's for money. Maybe for some people it is. You can't just assume that, unless you're being a pocket watching asshole.
Profile picture, or your banner, is also the same format as all of the rest of these. Is this also, I'm pretty sure this is also part of it.
Yeah, and maybe it's an AI farm. If so, who cares if they're delivering a product that people want? No, Leon, I'm half drunk. Maybe I'm being a bit incoherent, but my base position is clear. AI is a great assistance, but will not replace human expression. On that, I completely agree. The only issue I had this whole time was that one statement that I read earlier. And mind you, as somebody that loves drinking, I do the same shit and incoherently say dumb shit as well when I mean it in an absolutely good and profound way. So fair enough. Fair enough. I'll call it there. Fair enough. We'll meet in the middle.
When was your account made? May 19th, 2025. Like, it's all early 2025, late 2024 that all of these are made. So not only is this some, like, garbage content, but it's also a garbage content farm. This is, like, an entire ring of content farms, and people can't tell? Really? Like, is there no critical thinking here at all? How? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Bro, that was painful. I did my best to keep it interesting. I did my best to keep it interesting. That video was painful. Now I'm going to do the proper streamer thing. I'm going to drop it in the link. You guys do with it as you will. But holy shit, bro. That was rough. Like that dude, that entire 25-minute diatribe, in which, by the way, we were able to eviscerate most of what he said. Claimed that original channel was not doing his music originally. Well, we proved that wrong. We went to the guy's second channel, which had videos from 6 years ago up to now showing him playing the music, playing the instruments. He claimed that it didn't disclose that it was AI art. Not only did he disclose it, it was in the description of his video. But when you're looking up the YouTube terms of service, he's not breaking any. He's not lying. The AI he uses doesn't meet the qualifications. They have to tag AI in the thumbnail. Like, all of this was just a massive coping session for him being upset spaghetti about what AI is, lobbing baseless accusations and completely bogus and bullshit claims because he doesn't like AI. Like, I cannot wait to clip this into a video. Yeah, dude, zesty's fuck. I agree. I can't wait to clip this. This is gonna be tomorrow's video. Like, for sure, for sure. I was gonna make a video tonight and post it, like, do an original video, not a stream clip, because I've been doing a lot of stream clips lately, and I do like making original videos. But nah, not to this. Not to this. This gotta be turned into its own video. More people gotta see the insane, ridiculous, incoherent arguments of these elitists. It is... Again, there was not a coherent argument made there. There was just bitching and moaning about AI using all the regular ass basic anti-AI talking points. Like, dude, I make my videos I make my videos off the cuff. I record, I edit, I make my music. I do all this shit. Now, what do? Anytime I got a title for a video, I'll run that title through AI. Be like, yo, how would this hit algorithmically? And the AI will be like, this word here's good, this one not so much, maybe your length is too long, here's how I'd structure it. It improves the process. Now, I didn't use AI for my titles or whatnot at all until about 6 months, 8 months ago. And guess what? When I started using AI for my title and thumbnail game and shit, started seeing some pretty incredible channel growth. I was stuck at the 7,000 or like 8,000 sub mark for like a year. It was a dry spell, bro. I was not getting new subs. I was not getting new viewers. Nothing. I started running my ideas and shit through AI, getting some pointers, tracking the algorithm. All of a sudden, now we sitting 800 away from 10K. Yeah. Seemed like it did what it was supposed to fucking do. I can't stand people like this, dude. These self-righteous dickheads who think that they got a monopoly on what is and isn't art. Like they've got some sort of moral high ground. I hate it, man. I hate it. With that being said, I gotta be on the Dooley Show in an hour and a half, and I won't lie, homie, I am hungry. I got to get me some grub before I go on and hold my dual shock. So we're gonna wrap it here. We're going to wrap it here, but I got some announcements. Don't go anywhere. I got some announcements. For one, we also got to raid somebody. We got to raid somebody. But I also got some announcements. So, numero uno, for one, again a reminder, tonight in the Discord, if you are a member, at roughly 10 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Roughly, give or take. 10 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We are doing Vampire's Kiss in the Discord. Vampire's Kiss watch party. Let's see Nick get his cage on, son. Nick get his cage on. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. Tomorrow is the 100th episode of Neon Leon. And as such, with it being the 100th episode of Neon Leon, we're doing a 100th episode celebration. The road to MegaCon. That's right, going to be a grift stream. Going to be a grift stream. There are going to be some prizes involved. There are going to be some giveaways. But if we can raise $1,000 on a single stream, road to MegaCon. New Blackstreet, Hold My Dual Shock, Nick from the Plot Strikes Back. Those motherfuckers get to throw me in the ocean. Either live via stream or it will be on camera and posted, whatever. It depends on how we can rig it to set up and work it, like at the beach or whatever. But throw me in the ocean, knowing that I full well am terrified of water. That's what I'm willing to do for you guys. Y'all did 500 last year at Vegas to throw me in a pool. Bro, we go in the ocean. So it'll be me, Cinny, Sevi, Hold My Dual Shock will be on the panel. Maybe a Foxy Moxie. Maybe a Nick from the Plot Strikes Back. We'll see. But yeah, that's the goal for tomorrow. So with that being said, yeah, the ocean's 2 hours away. I've driven from Orlando to the ocean before. It's 2 hours away. We can drive 2 hours for some content. That's really not that hard. Anyway, so you're from the ocean? I'm afraid of the ocean. Oh, I'm gonna be there. Oh, dude, Hayden, if you're going to MegaCon, you're welcome to get in on the act of throwing me in the ocean. Again, you, New Blackstreet, Hold my dual shot. Nick, plot strikes back. All y'all. Super chat goal, 100,000 and shave your head. I'd do that. Sorry, 10,000. I shave my head. I would. I don't think we'd ever hit it, but I'd do it. Absolutely. Thanks for the 2-banger, homie. Yeah, for the views. Leon's having a long lunch. Yeah. This is the stream gone on for 4 hours now. Yes, Hayden will be at MegaCon. Fuck yeah, we get to finally hang out, bro. That's gonna be awesome, son. Yes, I can't wait to hang out with Hayden at MegaCon. That's gonna be killer, son. Anyway, we rapping. We're gonna rate a Rick Costa. I've never rated a Rick, I don't think. And it's church every day and live trivia. Look, Rick a good dude. He's been following the Cabal for ages. Gooch, myself, he a good dude. So we're gonna rate him. There's like 70 of you guys watching right now. 57 of you guys watching right now. At least go over there, say hi, like the stream, give him a Vital Idol raid. And I'll see you guys on Hold My Dual Shot tonight. Until next time, it is all here in the Nervosphere. This has been Words of Paradise.